do. You know, have some Benadryl or something because your back and your knees probably hurt. But
so replay the Ghost Quarter from the graveyard. 1 mil off the trigger on the ice still. And now Ghost Quarter can go hunting again if it wants to.
Sure can. Do not recommend it on the polluted Delta, but you know, whatever we search up with that, you can then interact.
A bold move.
But Alan representing and, you know, realizing what's going on here with that aggressive Ghost Quarter search up. You know Alan isn't going to crack that preemptively. He's going to crack that when it is time to use the mana. Like, I would be very shocked if we see a Surveil land here, even though Alan would kind of want to use it, you know? But I still could see it if he's still got plenty of lands in hand.
All right, Alan's going to go for an end-step crack. Delta goes to the bin. And what is it going to be? One thing it should not be is the basic island.
I agree.
That would be a poor choice.
Okay.
So going to go for the Archive. Going to go for the Surveil. Now, the Ghost Quarter does shuffle, of course. So this could break up the Surveil. Could be looking here just to find Atraxa to the graveyard.
Yeah, and just basically put anything in the graveyard. As if you put anything in the graveyard, then if you lose your
Alan Wu, ladies and gentlemen.
That's included in the anything bracket, I will tell you that. But it's also nice because this is Alan trying to say, sure, you can destroy my land now. Then Alan can use the blue if he has something else at end step. And then can jump the frog since you have 3 cards. Now, you probably don't want to get rid of your great-grand Gristlefather, but...
All right, so we're going to see that Ghost Quarter. Also on, this is still on Michael's end step. So goodbye Archive, hello Basic Island, and now all future Ghost Quarters are strip mines.
Yeah, and I think I would have still done that in Alan's draw step or upkeep. Actually draw step, because if you draw the island.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Because now you can use the mana, but looks like we're not going to anyways. All
right, so no end step Goros from Alan. Going back Alan's way. Breeding Pool, 4 colors.
There we go.
Breeding Pool, not long for this world, probably.
Atraxa online.
And we're going to see a prismatic ending for 4. So all 4 colors necessary to take down the Ice Toe Explorer. Now the strip mine lock has been broken up. Here comes Psychic Frog, in for a point, draw a card.
That was huge.
Yeah.
You don't see very many prismatic endings for 4 in Modern, mostly because there's not a lot of 4-drops you need to deal with. And also, not a lot of decks can produce 4 different colors of mana.
Yep. All right, so Saga goes away. No Constructs on this Saga. Just going to go get a 0/1 mana artifact.
Vexing Bauble or the Blade looks to be the 2 choices right now because the Soul Guide Lantern, I believe, is already flipped over. So you almost always get the Blade, but when Vexing Bauble is good, it's really good. And in this matchup, it's not good.
All right, Blade it is. So a Blade, a Myco Spawn, a couple of lands, a couple of cards in hand. Facing down the threat of Grizzlebrand in the graveyard. The Psychic Frog is already in play.
And at any point, Michael can just win the game here. You know, you do need a lot of pieces. You need both the Glaring Fleshraker plus this. But
all right,
this can be big game.
And there's still 1 floating from the Urza Saga.
Yep.
So I think we're going to be seeing infinite tokens here.
This should be not necessarily infinite tokens. It's infinite power and infinite mana. And that means if Michael has either a K command or a Glaring Fleshraker, we are done right now. Or even an Eldrazi, you know, gets to you get to cast that. So Michael just has to have a lot of bricks.
All right, so infinite
and
size.
That's it.
Wow, and the Fleshraker too just has it all rolled up. So pretty cool there for Michael, seeing the kind of strip mine lock, a little bit of a sub game. Alan gets out of that only to walk into the actual combo of a deck.
I love that. You know, this is a deck that has that duality and where you can be like, hey, look at this shiny thing that I'm doing. Deal with that. Put these keys in front of their face, and then all of a sudden when they deal with those keys, then I don't know, you punch them in the face. Metaphorically, I lost myself on that one.
I love keys.
Okay.
Right.
I distracted you. Okay.
I'm like, oh, keys. I love keys. All right, so going back Alan Wu's way, and Alan's going to be, of course, on the play for Game 2 with a sideboard of 1 Ashiok Dream Render, 1 Celestial Purge, 3 Consign to Memory, 1 March of Otherworldly Light, 3 Mystical Dispute, 1 Nile Spellbomb, 1 Pest Control, 1 Teferi, 1 Thoughtseize, and 2 Wrath of the Skies.
So I really like March of Otherworldly Light. That's a nice one. Consign is also on that borderline because while there is a lot of, you know, devoid or colorless things, there is also a decent amount of Cavernous Souls in the deck. So I still bring them in, but they can be a little dicey at times. I also like the Wrath of the Skies. You can really really punish Urza Saga draws. You can get spare permanents off, like an extra blade that's been hanging around, clean up some spawns. I like the Thoughtseize as well. And then the pest control, in the same vein as Wrath of the Skies, I'm more in tune to bring those cards in when I'm on the draw to like max out on them. I'm going to bring them all in if I'm playing against like Boros Energy or something like that. And then also Teferi, a card that I'm much more willing to play on the play versus the draw. Because on the play, if you can ever bounce like an Urza Saga or something like that, it ends up being awesome.
So do you think that Alan is going to be a little more controlling in the post-board game, still like, relying on the combo? Like, what's the...
Yeah, it's a very sorcery speed creature combo deck. So just removal breaks it up so well. So I would expect Alan to take more of a controlling role, and Michael more than likely to be a little bit more aggressive, yes.
All right, so Michael Sabi got 1 Bojuka Bog, 2 Dismember, 2 Fire Spout, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Pick Your Poison, 2 Thief of Existence, 1 Unholy Heat, 1 Vexing Bauble, 1 Wastegate Battle Mage, and 3 Writhing Chrysalis.
The Bojuka Bog, for sure, that is excellent to find off the Sowing Myco spawn to be able to clean up some big creatures that are in the yard. Outside of that, I'm not in love with this. Maybe you want to bring in some Dismembers for the turn 2 Psychic Frog, but sometimes that doesn't even work. But still probably needed, as there's not enough removal for that pesky little frog. And that's the squeeze that Alan's deck puts people in, is if you just sideboard for just the combo, you get frog to death. If you sideboard for just the frogs, well, oops, here's a Traxa to come down and clean up some work. So I'm bringing in Bojuka Bogs. I'm probably bringing in either Unholy Heat or Dismember. I could see a case for both, but I don't think this is a Writhing Chrysalis match. Don't love Thief of Existence or the Battlemate either.
All right, sounds great. So while they get all sideboard up here looking over the deck list, of course, this is an open deck list tournament, so they have full information. They can kind of ride that out. We got a great sale, 10% off, as long as you're watching this event down until Sunday. We've got 10% off on all Magic Commander set singles on StarCityGames.com. Of course, all supplies last. You know, that's how sales work.
Yeah,
but there are a lot of good Commander cards on here, and actually, Obelisk of Erd. Is that a card that was in, I think, Origins or something like that? I put that card standard a little bit, but, of course, in Commander product as well, and 10% off.
Yeah.
Any favorite Commander cards, Corey?
Ooh, favorite Commander card? You know, no, I really don't. I really don't have a big favorite one.
Wow, good answer.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
All right, sweet. So maybe we see we get a little look in here. One of the Match Choice players look things over, take a little peek in and see what we got. We're going to hop into Andrew playing Is It Affinity against Gabriel playing Boros Energy, one of our many Boros Energy players doing well at 6-0. That's a pretty wide board.
That is a wide board, but we see the EE there on 0. So it looks like a flyer can jump in the way of a Seasoned Pyromancer. You could put a Kappa in front of Guide of Souls and then just blow EE. Oh, wait, we're on Andrew's turn. Okay.
Explosives being so funny is like a 0 mana artifact for synergy, but it's also this like pretty good card, you know, as far as supers go.
Yeah, and I mean in this deck specifically with the weapons engineering, being able to blow up all the what are the tokens called? Munitions. Yeah, blow up all the munitions and then just go face. That's excellent. Yeah, this looks like this could be Andrew trying to win this game right here.
All right, so Kappa Cannoneer coming in. Gabriel sacking a land. Going to try and find an answer to this pretty daunting board. Claws of Gex also a fan favorite.
Yeah, it's also not very often that you attack with everything, and it's not lethal with Kappa. But, man, if there is one spot removal here from Gabriel and Andrew doesn't win the game by attacking with that extra flyer, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see exactly where we're at in the game. They might have already updated life totals. But either way, this matchup is always pretty close.
Yeah, a lot going on, too. A lot on the board. We've seen some kind of like stack-based gameplay. You know, Storm versus Neoform, and this is much more of an on the board. I got a bunch of stuff. You got a bunch of stuff. Let's figure it out. Like that Galvanic Discharge. Yes, so.
Wow.
Okay.
That was just GG from that. Okay. Interesting.
All right.
Interesting.
So let's hop back in. We got Alan on the bottom, going to be on the play. Espergoros versus Gruul Brood-Scale, Game 2. Alan down a game. Here in Round 7, SGCon Las Vegas Regional Championship.
That looked like a great game, by the way. I'd like to see that one from the beginning.
Yep.
That looked nice.
All right. And our players are, it looks like Michael might be mulling over the hand. Definitely really fun matchup when you have two decks like this that can present so many different plans.
Yeah.
You know, kind of trying to guess what plan your opponent's going to be on, what plan you think is the best for the matchup.
Yeah, I really think this matchup gets to about as close to 50-50 as possible. You know, I would put slight favored to Espergorios going into the match, but of course, being up a game, definitely Michael, but it's just close. Both decks can attack from so many angles. Espergorios is good at the Brood Scale angle, good at covering that angle, but not as great against the Emrakul angle, or the just getting the Bojuka Bog from the Myco spawn, so very, very close matchup.
Yeah, I was thinking in sideboard, and you're saying you didn't like the Crystallis, but like if Alan's plans to be more controlling is turning into a little more of a ramp deck, just to focus more on Emrakul, not like a reasonable plan.
I could see it. You know, I don't think it's completely out of the realm. I would assume those cards are definitely more reserved for the aggressive matchups, but, you know, easily could be wrong.
Cool. Flexibility is awesome. So we see turn 2 Psychic Frog from Alan, the ideal play.
Just a normal land here. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
It doesn't do much.
All it does is tap for colorless and cast Dismember.
Would you like to discard 4 cards, Alan? It's probably, I mean, the thing is, if you have like an Atraxa, 3 other cards, like, you know, and then you leave yourself with like a Riddler and 1 more card, all of a sudden, 1 Quantum Riddler, draw 2, discard them to the Frog, discard down to 1 card, attack with the Frog, draw up to 3. That's one way to prevent here. But if Michael has the Trainwreck, Unholy Heat, or second Dismember, I mean, this game could be over.
Man, it's all right here. It's so incredible how resilient this Psychic Frog is.
Yeah.
All right, discarding cards. That's 4. That is a 5/6 Psychic Frog down to an 0/1 Psychic Frog. Is there a follow?
Oh!
There is. Unholy Heat will do 2 more damage. Only 1 card left for Alan.
The 5 for 2.
And Mind Twist is a card.
Wow.
Yeah, we have Mind Twist on the screen here. That's a little bit of a Mind Twist for Michael.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the cards Alan discarded are not really super relevant graveyard cards. There we go. Producer on the ball. Love that. Mind Twist. Get those cards out of here. But the Riddler, like you're saying, it's like the anti-Mind Twist.
Our producer is a young, very nice guy. He was not born by the time that card was printed. I'm pretty positive. He's shaking his head. Yes, he's in agreement.
Love it. Good stuff. All right, so Riddler in the Warp Zone. We'll try to undo the Mind Twist. And we are going back Alan's way with Urza Saga on 2, maybe a Construct on the way. And step Delta for Alan.
I mean, that was just such a blowout. I wonder if Alan had enough cards to discard 2 more. Yeah, he must not have.
Yeah, I think you have 1 card left, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, gotcha.
I think at that point you are committed 100% to doing it.
Yeah, if you could discard, Alan would. Yeah, it's not going to be like, you know what, I've discarded enough. Yeah. Here's where I pull back.
All right. Take a little surveil. You got to keep it on top. All right. Let's battle. God, Riddler is so good.
Riddler's so good. I mean, that does, you know, minimize the damage of what Alan just did here. He took a risk. He understood that it was possible there, but he's like, what's the absolute worst that could happen? Because I can restock with Riddler. Or if Frog does live, Riddler is going to go nuts with Frogs next turn.
Right. So here is Ashiok Dreamrender, Pro Tour stamped, in case you didn't notice. And Ashiok, of course, prevents the shuffle effects. Do a little milling, I suppose. I don't know if you're into that kind of thing. Probably not, though. Just keep it in play as a enchantment that says no search effects.
Do you think that was a last pick in the draft? Because that could not be a good limited card.
I mean, it mills, 16 cards.
If it doesn't get attacked, Jim.
Yeah, I know. Just looking for the bright side. You know? Glass half full.
But even in this spot, like, it's okay. It's going to prevent the search from Urza's Saga. But the Construct is going to be able to just attack down this Ashiok. So, yeah.
So one interesting thing here is that Ashiok doesn't need to target your opponent. It's his target player.
Yes.
Alan could have milled himself there and still exiled the graveyard from Michael.
Yeah, actually, I think you're totally right. Maybe was really trying to keep the Emrakul. I mean, no, it'd be the same. You know?
Yeah. So the opponent's graveyard always gets exiled.
Exactly, yeah.
So targeting yourself with Ashiok was often a big deal, and it was in standard. You want to just fill your graveyard up and do whatever. So
I would have did that as well. No, I think you're totally right.
So we'll see. So we see the Construct come in from the Saga. Saga goes chapter number 3, and now, of course, Michael deciding to make a Construct number 2. Or tap for a mana on the way out to go get a little artifact.
Well, you're not getting anything with Ashiok, yeah.
You could try to get an artifact.
I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it. But
Right.
yes, you
I
are
suppose
right.
Ashiok is quite clear about that one, actually.
Jim over here with the paper plays here.
All right, so Saga goes to the bin. Going to float a mana.
This looks like a nice Ice Tail Explorer. Oh, Jim, you were right. Writhing Chrysalis.
All right, so I got the shuffle thing wrong, but I got the sideboarding right. We're calling it a wash.
You lost the battle, but you won the war.
Exactly. Writhing Chrysalis, MH3 Draft All-Star, coming in with some spawn tokens. And going to cast a Vexing Bauble. So no free spells for Alan.
Should be a counter on that, yep.
And here comes the Construct at Ashiok. This is also the downside to minusing Ashiok, of course, is that it is at a lower loyalty.
Yeah. But now, I'm totally with you. With that one last loyalty counter on Ashiok, I'm targeting myself for sure. And, I mean, especially if you have Gorios in hand. It's not even a question, but looks like Alan might be trying to represent just good old-fashioned clean Magic, find land 5, play the Riddler, and that looks great, too. That's the duality of that incredible card, which I do low-key think Riddler is the best card in Modern right now. You know, at least the most impactful. You can make a case for Urza's Saga. You can make a case for a lot of cards, but Quantum Riddler has to be in the discussion.
It's a good one.
I mean, Psychic Frog, too. There's plenty of great cards, but Riddler has made the biggest impact on Modern, you know, in the last 4 or 5 months for sure.
Yeah, definitely a card that is, you know, really, you need to think about all the parts around it, you know, Ephemerate and Philia, and then also just how it plays the pitch spells, like you were saying earlier. You know, you just force, pitch, solitude, pitch. Oh, I'm empty-handed. Oh, well, draw 2.
So far, it was 7 mana, draw 4, 4/6 flyer. Is that good?
That's pretty good.
But also, you can pay it amongst different turns. If it was just 7 mana, that would be horrendous. But the fact that you got to do that in between.
So we see a mill against Michael again. Cards go to exile. Exiling important to keep Emrakul in check.
Yeah.
But, you know, no more cards in graveyard for Alan, so could have maybe found a nice big bopper, but we shall see how it plays out.
Yeah, I wonder if that is I do not want to question Alan Wu on not knowing exactly that interaction, but it is a weird one.
It is very weird.
It is a very weird
because
one.
It's very weird that even if you target yourself, their graveyard is still exiled. That is extremely non-intuitive.
And it's a card for Amulet, most importantly. You know, so the fact that this is probably the first time in this tournament Alan's played against this deck, and it's decent in this matchup. It's not even necessarily an all-star by any means.
All right, so back Michael's way. We got a Chrysalis. We got a Spawn, Construct, and a Bauble. Good amount of cards in hand as well. Unfortunately, down a land thanks to Visaga going away and not finding a single thing. And Michael's going to think it through. And we're at the point in the tournament now where fatigue starts to play a little bit of a factor, you know. You can see a little head roll, stretch that neck out a little bit, you know. And you still got 3 rounds left, so.
Yeah, this is where you look back on your day, you know, even if you made it into day 2, you're like, God, I'm 7-2, but I could have been 8-1 if I didn't do X, Y, or Z. You know, you never want to leave yourself with that feeling. If you walk away from a tournament, even if I went 5-5 and I'm like, you know, I played some pretty dang good Magic, I'm happy with that, you know?
Yep.
But if I walk away knowing I punted around, no matter what, I wish I could take that one back.
Come on, Corey, you never punt around, right?
Unless I play Magic. Other than that, yeah.
All right, so Ashiok is gone. The shuffles are now unlocked. And that Quantum Riddler is just so big, too.
So large.
4/6.
Yeah.
Numbers on that card seem like a dream.
Like, come on. Can't even dismember it?
Yeah.
Couldn't have that be a 4/5? All right.
I think 4/4 is where I would land.
4/4?
If I was, if you you're like, Jim, here you go. You know, R&D this card, I'd say 4/4.
Okay.
It's still quite good at 4/4.
I would crank it up to a 10/10.
Wow.
But I'm not very good at design.
10/10 Riddlers. Get your 10/10 Riddlers here.
Thank God I'm not a designer for Wizards, huh?
Then it would be the best card in Modern.
Okay. That's the line for you?
Unequivocally.
Yeah. See, I think maybe, you know, lower it down to 1 warp, draw 3 if you only have 1 card in hand. Get a little recall at home with the Riddler.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what the line is, but I know 10/10 is over it.
So. Yes. Probably 6/6 is over it.
Yeah. All right, so we got some Michael Spawn. I'm going to go look for a land.
Looks like just 1 land, and the Bajuka Bog doesn't really look juicy right now, so the Ghost Quarter also not amazing. The Plains is still there unless we have an Ice Tail Explorer, but you got to think, did Michael maybe cut that? How many 4-drop Eldrazi's can you put in this deck, you know? I mean, technically it's not an Eldrazi, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Definitely, it's super low opportunity cost having only one Ghost Quarter, so
Yeah.
we shall see. And there it is. Wow. Michael is all about the Ghost Quarter plan.
Search in your library for Ghost Quarter. Iconic play.
Love it. And going after. Goodbye, Undercity Sewers. Hello, Basic Plains. All right, so Alan's going to go in. And now if you're Alan, you got to be thinking there's an Ice Tail Explorer on the other side of all this.
You would think. You would think.
All right, so there's Basic Plains. I applaud Alan's basic land choices. They are very nice.
Those are pretty nice. I'm usually the full art fan, so I like Michael's more usually, but those are really gorgeous, I must say.
Oh. All right, so end step. And we're going to see a hard cast Solitude. So floating the mana off of the sewer on the way out. Solitude is here and says, Writhing Chrysalis, go to exile. Go back to the void once you came.
Yep. It was once devoided. Now it's in the void.
Yep. And Michael gains a little bit of life. And now, there we go. Is it Ephemerate time?
One thing we have not seen is just the good old-fashioned actually bring back a Traxxas or Gristlebrand. You know, I doubt Alan ever sides all those elements out, but just hasn't been able to do the thing the deck does. But that just shows how awesome this deck is. It plays kind of like Jeskai Blink and like a Gorios deck, maybe just not as good at the Blink side, but still plenty strong.
Yeah, and we see Nile Spellbomb here, too. I think a pretty big statement that maybe what you're saying of maybe some of the Goro stuff is just out. Spellbomb is a way to keep Emrakul in check, and if you're scared of Emrakul, you're planning on playing a longer game.
Yeah, it really does seem to me that Alan is very much respecting the Emrakul side and is like, you know what, I have Solitudes, I have Ephemerates. I'm not that worried about the creature side.
All right.
And this might just be a pop for value.
So we see a Flesh Raker coming down, and that's all from Michael. Passing back, here's a Spell Bomb. Get rid of Ghost Quarter. That Ghost Quarter in particular.
Gone.
Out of here.
Oh, draw two, though.
Oh, my God. What kick?
I think I see the trophy over here. Maybe we'll see if just Nick Miller can just hand Alan with a trophy. He's just making it look too good.
Man, Quantum Riddler, you think it's done enough, and it just keeps on going.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right.
I thought Christmas was like still later in the year, but it looks like Magical Christmas Land right here.
All right, 6 mana for Alan. What is going on? You got a Grave Titan in this deck or something?
Yeah,
what's going on?
6 mana. I'm trying to see what it is off camera.
Oh, it's Wrath of Skies probably.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
So Baba gets cracked in response. And,
that makes perfect sense.
Wrath of Skies looking to wipe this board clean. Goodbye, Eldrazi's.
Grave Titan, you boomer.
I saw Grave Titan in some list from the event like last weekend.
Sure you did, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed there, bud.
Wasn't. Look it up. It was an Esper Goro's deck playing one Grave Titan. I think Magic tweeted about it.
Okay.
Because it was Grave Titan and Arayo, Soratami Ascendant.
Okay.
Those are both a one-of in 2 deck lists from whatever RC happened last weekend.
And then you woke up and you were in your bed and you're like, wow, that was a great dream.
You want to bet? We're in Vegas.
No.
Yeah, I know you don't. All right, so Wrath of Skies mops things up, and we got
Are we going to draw 2? Oh, best preordain in the world.
That's why I play 1 preordain.
Yeah.
1 preordain, 2 cards, no problem.
Oh, my God. Scry 2, draw 2 for 1 mana.
So 2 5 mana cost creatures here looking great with Wrath of Skies. And just coming in, game looking great for Alan. A total control roll here.
Yeah, just been a clinic. And we haven't seen, like I was saying, the reanimate package. I would be shocked if he actually took it out, though, because it does seem great in this matchup.
All right, well, there's Emrakul. Graveyard's been a constant target of Alan's entire game, so there aren't that many cards in there. That being said, we see creature, artifact. And get a look for us. Thanks, guys. Just creature, artifact, land.
Creature, artifact, land,
Sorcery.
and rumble. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 if we have the temple. So still a ways.
Yep. And there might not be much time for this to get going here. So we're going to see another Micro Spawn. So,
you know, like, I got to look back to that Ghost Quarter play. As cool as that is, you know, but what if there was just another of, the best land in your deck? 2 temples in play now, you know?
Wow. All right.
Okay.
All right, so going to go for a Grove with the Burn Willows just to fire up an Unholy Heat with full Delirium. Goodbye, Riddler. That changes the texture of this game a lot.
Yeah, Michael is like, you know what? You can draw 9 cards on me, but you will not draw 10. That is where I draw the line.
So line of a stand has been drawn. Michael Spawn can block this Solitude, and now his board's looking a little more stable. Going back Alan's way, and this unrelenting cascade of card advantage is no longer available.
Now we're in the Spaghetti Monsters world, though. It's Emrakul time next turn, almost assuredly. So now Alan's entire game plan shifts. Can I beat it? How do I do it? Do I have consign? Okay, well,
I'm sorry, what Emrakul?
It's the one on top of the deck, I believe.
Okay, sure, just checking.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize takes care of Emrakul. And now we're going to see some more mana coming down for another 4-mana prismatic ending.
Okay.
Psychic Frog, Alan right back in the driver's seat.
Okay, so creature, instant, sorcery, land. Looks to still maybe be it, huh? Okay, yeah.
With no Eldrazi Temples or double lands available, just not enough. Emrakul, despite the cost reduction, is still pretty expensive.
I honestly would not have the Ice Till Explorer and the Ghost Quarter thing in against the 3 basic deck. I think 3 is a line where maybe it's a little too much, and it didn't look great there. I want my Michael Spawns to either be getting Bajuka Bogs if I feel like I'm in danger, or just get Ancient Tomb every time, you know?
All right, so any sideboard changes here for game number 3 for either player? There's a lot of play here as far as like what their core strategy wants to be, whether it's play draw or based on what they saw in that game.
Yeah, I mean, after Alan saw some Writhing Chrysalis, maybe you tried to lean a little bit more towards creature removal. Pest Control didn't look that good, but on the draw, if you can nab a Urza Saga, or wait, sorry, Pest Control does not hit that, I believe.
I believe it's not land, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so honestly, I don't think a lot of changes. If Alan had a Teferi play, which is much better on the play, I would take that out, but going to be pretty much the same thing coming back.
All right, sounds great. Get these players all set up for game number 3 to decide our first player going to 7-0. But first, I want to remind you, Corey, we got Magic Spotlight and the Avatar coming up.
Yes.
Nothing like the first event of the year. Going back to Atlanta once again. Atlanta's a great spot for these tournaments. January 9th to the 11th, we got a standard Spotlight series, a bunch of other great events at the SGCon also, as they always have. And I'm pumped for this one. I'm
pumped for this, too. It's going to be fresh off a World Championship about 3 weeks after, which will be standard as well. So there's going to be that really fun aspect. We're like, okay, this did well at the Pro Tours. X is a very good deck. Do I try to just play that deck? Do you try to level it and try to beat those decks? It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be there. I'm sure we'll be playing the Mystery Booster Sealed on Friday and then commentating this event. Very pumped to get back to a VV-free standard.
Sounds great. Let's check out StarCityGames.com for all your info. And we're cooking right now. We're getting back into it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we got a Rumble immediately forced by Alan Wu. Once again, finding good use for that one of Preordain. That's aggressive.
It is aggressive. And snapped it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to be fair, there's probably not that many force targets, but that just shows the power of, Super Ponder, basically. Oh, and no land. Honestly, though, is that a cavern? That is kind of a tell. Like, the mana that Michael played, they're pretty bad lands, so if you pay attention to what lands your opponents play, you can really get a good idea. And what a snap play from Alan there. That's great. But when Riddler is just, redrawing all your cards, you don't mind going super low on this. How many cards we got, Alan?
I would guess Alan's got not enough here. I don't know. We're seeing Dismember.
Oh, he did.
Never mind. Okay. And this time has the Attraction to discard for a little extra value. So
I think he's hellbent.
All right. So we've got a hand of 2 commands.
Jim, I'm sorry. I got to interrupt you. If there was a red land, Unholy Heat would have did the same play. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so Thoughtseize, going to take a look. There are 2 commands. Command is one of the best answers that Michael has to this frog. And if Michael were to pull in Eldrazi Temple off the top,
I was thinking the same thing,
that would be a heater, and nothing Alan can do to stop that at just this moment. So, huge frog, Atraxa in the bin. Now also that landmine of like any Goros off the top here is monstrous.
Yeah.
And Alan's got to think through, what are you taking here?
And remember, Alan will not be able to draw a card off the frog now. It is an 0-1, and there's no more cards to actually get it up there. So, frog doesn't connect. Alan will be hellbent. This would be the world's best Eldrazi Temple. I bet it's not there. Probably not slow rolling that one.
All right, just a brute scale. But now Alan's deck is really good at going down to 0 cards and right back up to 2 or 3 very fast.
Do you block is the real question. That is a very tough choice.
Here comes the frog. We got 5 damage across. A fresh card for Alan. Got to play a land. I thought we were we were a Riddler there.
Well, you Riddler pre-combat, I'll tell you that.
Oh, sure, that's
You
fair.
Riddler pre-combat and you pop off.
All right, basic forest for Michael is not ideal.
No. And now Alan's able to dig out of this. So now any land, we actually need a colorless land from Michael's side, but I guess you can adapt onto the Basking Brood Scale to get your colorless mana.
It's Cavern of Souls.
Well, you need a second one plus the command, right?
Oh, for the command. I'm
For
sorry.
the command, yep. So now, I mean, Michael can go adapt onto that just the good old-fashioned way, and I would like to see him do that now or upkeep because you can respond to the adapt, you don't get the spawn, that kind of thing. So Michael has to respect a Fatal Push here.
That Surveil also went to the top, too, so
Yeah.
not going to see it going Alan's way. I thought I might have seen a Riddler on that window of that scry. Surveil, sorry.
Oh, my God.
We will see. Nope. Just going to jump, so I guess no Riddler here.
Well, you might jump and then play Riddler. I mean, I jump when I draw a Riddler.
You levitate, my friend. All right, so Frog's going to hop. Going to come in for 5 and draw another card.
All right, that was a Flooded Strand. Oh, timely.
Yeah, all right, well, now you can't find that Carlos for that command because that command is no longer there,
Yeah.
most likely. Let's take a look and see what Michael wants to do in response here. And we see a hand of command, gone. Michael Spawn, Unholy Heat, Writhing Chrysalis.
Okay. Now, one not horrific play is being able to Myco Spawn here to then get... Of course, a Blade could just win the game, too. So Blade's probably the best card, as that would just be GG. But just Myco Spawn here for a Bojuka Bog to prevent some jumping. That's pretty decent as well.
All right, so we're going to see Writhing Chrysalis.
Okay.
2 more spawn tokens.
I mean, this does get up to 6 toughness, but the Frog can hop its way up and kill the Chrysalis.
Yeah, Chrysalis is when Chrysalis is being put into chump blocking duty, it's you know you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, no kidding.
So
Usually you chump the Chrysalis.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. All right, so back Alan's way. See a shuffle, see a Surveil.
What's a 4/6 and you'd love to draw it here this turn? Riddle me this.
Riddle me that, Batman. All right, that's not a Riddler.
I mean, Alan needs something at this point. Ditched his whole hand to try to get things going. Atrax is in the yard, so I mean, at any point, Agorio's Vengeance here is just going to really seal this deal. But man, we have not seen Alan do the thing.
All right, here comes Psychic Frog. Jumps so high, grew a beard in the air. Chrysalis is going to block. Now we're going to see a pass. Not going to try and size up with these spawn. Oh, okay, cool. Not going to size up the spawn tokens. Just going to pass the blocks, pass it back. Nothing for Alan.
Okay.
So Michael looking to put something together here. There's a decent amount of mana, too.
Another Cavern. I want to say the only other card is the Sowing Myco Spawn in hand that we're going to see right now. And then the Unholy Heat. So not amazing by any means. So it still has to find something else here to really push over that. But a Blade, an Emrakul, all of those draws would be phenomenal. And of course, K-Command, it's never bad. In any matchup, that card is just always incredible if you can cast it.
So this is going to be a Bojuka Bog to take care of both Atraxa and the Frog Legs.
Looks good to me, because then you can just chump this Frog for a while. You prevent a lot of cards drawn, so that's what I would do, especially when you don't really have anything else yet. I mean, you can get an Urza Saga to start representing the Blade in a couple turns. That's cute as well.
I mean, the Frog's just threatening lethal, right? So something's got to be done about this Frog.
Not dying is indeed good. And depends on how many cards we have. We can just jump, draw, discard, 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 jump. He might have 2 cards in hand, too.
I think he's a little light, but we will see.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely 1 at the very least, because we drew, didn't do anything besides attack. But I think it might be 2.
Yeah, it seems very hard for this to not be Bojuka Bog, because what else could it be that you do not just lose
you
the
just
game on the
die.
spot?
Yeah,
So,
you're totally right.
all right, so Michael going to think it through. These players playing for 7-0 in the tournament, a great place to be.
If it's Ghost Quarter, I'm going to have some words with Michael here.
If it's Ghost Quarter, I'm okay. Never mind. Just going to shake his hand. Wow. Yeah, that's okay.
Oh.
So
It easily could have been Bajuka Bog. I did see 2 cards from Alan Wu, and there's no timing where that would actually work. So, and the Unholy Heat wasn't able to get it done. So I bet Bajuka Bog was in the deck. It was an option, but with Alan having 2 cards, he flashed it at the end. You Bajuka Bog, you draw your 3rd card, put them into the yard, and then jump the frog, and you win.
Froggy, that's a good frog.
Yeah, I mean, the Dismember, your frog living through the Dismember, that was incredible and really well played by Alan.
Yeah, it's the card you see, it's so resilient to Lightning Bolt in particular, you know, where you discard 2 cards, whatever, no big deal. Dismember's a lot more than Lightning Bolt, and still being able to survive that, and the fact that it has the ability to gain those cards back, too, awesome card. Very, very powerful.
Especially when you compare it with Riddler, where you already don't mind going down to 1 or 2 cards like we saw in one of those games. So, yeah, Alan Wu at 7-0. That's putting the rest of the tournament on notice. He is an incredible player. A lot of people got to be scared of that one for sure.
All right, so we have our backup match coming in.
What do we got?
And we are going to see Amulet Titan Master Ryan Bellamy not playing Amulet Titan. We got a little Simic birthing ritual. See that? See that one on camera again. Playing as Joshua Ledger, who is playing some Gruul Eldrazi ramp. This is not combo, just an actual straight-up ramp deck, Devourer of Destiny and friends. Talk to me about this matchup. We have kind of a classic, I'm going to out mid-range you versus I'm going to play a ramp deck and kill you.
I would think that this is going to favor Joshua. Simic Birthing Ritual is great against these Blink decks. It's great against Amulet, but it really does falter against some of the other more unfair decks. But we will see. You got a lot of counter spells, so you're always in it if you're playing the Ritual deck.
This is a classic one, right? This is, I build a bigger mid-range deck to beat the main mid-range deck. I lose to ramp. Magic, it goes on.
Yes.
The life cycle is complete. So let's see if that's going to be the case here. Ryan versus Joshua down in the feature match right now. All right, so we got Joshua Ledger on the top, Gruul Eldrazi ramp. On the bottom, Ryan Bellamy, Simic Birthing Ritual. Should be a good one. Ryan on the play. Scalding turn, go.
Absolutely. I've played against Ryan Bellamy a couple of times. I played him in the finals on the first day of this tournament series. He beat me in the finals, and then I lost to him in the top 4 of the second day of the tournament. So, and this was when I even got to play the True Blade Breach up against his Amulet deck and just beat the crap out of me, to be honest.
Yeah, Ryan has played a ton of Amulet in the last year or two, so it is very surprising to see him move off that deck when the deck is still good.
That's very telling.
It's not like Amulet's like in a downswing or something like that. The deck's still quite good. So we're going to see a turn 1 natural, a Vexing Bauble off of Cavern of Souls for Joshua. And end step Surveil. There are a number of counterspells in Ryan's deck, Flare of Denial being the most important one. So that can be a pretty potent element of this ramp deck. Cavern of Souls in a ramp deck, in a Gruul Eldrazi ramp deck in Cavern of Souls, I am all about it.
Not can be impactful, it is insanely impactful. Not only Cavern of Souls, but the Bauble, they're both huge in this matchup. You know, this went from being pretty solidly close, where I think it does favor Gruul Eldrazi ramp, to like, Ryan Bellamy is in a lot of trouble this game.
All right, so Eldrazi Temple. We got an Eldrazi, this is a line breaker. I always want to call it line backer. But it's not Football Sunday just yet. So
I always want to call it the line dancer. So I feel you. Maybe one of these days we'll get a card right.
That sounds great. Dismember will take care of the line dancer, line backer, line breaker. You decide. And I clean that one up. And it's an aggressive Eldrazi. Gives haste, little pumps here and there.
Yeah, this is a deck that, you know, this specific version, we saw a little bit of, you know, when these cards got printed into MH3, but they really haven't stuck. It has very much been tuned towards going really big with Emrakul or keeping it low with Gruul Broodscale.
Yeah, and usually it was like a combo plan B, too. Like I played Gruul Eldrazi at Pro Tour Modern Horizons with Through the Breach and Emrakul.
Okay.
It was a Through the Breach deck. So the ramp plan was there, but it had some other combo component, kind of like the Broodscale deck.
Gotcha.
But how about this Harbinger of the Seas in the main deck? How about Island?
Yeah, and I think he's asking, how does this interwork? Is my play still uncounterable? It's an island, so no.
All right.
That was huge. I mean, that shuts down. I mean, you still can't counter anything for free because of the Bauble, but just taking away one land from Joshua there was very big.
Yeah, and then if this game gets messy, Flare of Denial being actual cancel is totally fine.
Definitely.
Blue 1, counter target spell. Not too shabby.
Clean magic.
All right, so going Joshua's way. Joshua's got 1 forest, 1 mountain, 1 wastes. And there is one of those. Is that a waste right there? Yes, it is. All right, so now that's colorless mana. It's one of the issues that these Blood Moon effects can have against Eldrazi is turning off the ability to make colorless mana to cast the colorless spells, but just going to say go.
I really hope we get a piece of paper that just says Island and we put it on top of the Eldrazi. A boy can dream. But yeah, the one of waste, there's literally one of that land, so that was insanely huge.
All right, so in comes Harbinger. Here is our boy, Coiling Oracle.
And the correct art.
Oh yeah. I'm very pleased right now. Coiling Oracle comes in, top card. If it's a land, put it in play. If it's not, put it in your hand. And I'm just happy to see Coiling Oracle back in action.
Me too. And as a full Tier 1 deck, I think the last time we were in Texas, we saw a couple of these ritual decks. I think there was one in top 16. The pilot's name escaped me, but played very masterfully, at least through an Amulet match that we were commentating. And now, since then, the deck has really popped up in popularity as it's good against the Blink decks, which ended up winning. So now I'm pretty confident to say Coiling Oracle is in a Tier 1 deck. Let's go.
Awesome. So here is a Thought Knot Seer off of that one waste. Again, drawing that one basic, huge for Joshua. Ice Fang in response, and we see a hand of, looks like Subtlety, Odawara, Fibblethip the Lost. How did you get in there, buddy? And Ice Fang Coddle.
Okay, I mean, you probably got to take the Ice Fang here. These Death Touch blockers against these Eldrazi seem really brutal, but hey, kind of Mystic Snake with Subtlety. When you have the mana to hardcast, it looks really brutal as well. So I would think all of a sudden, starting with Cavern into Vexing Bubble, I'm like, well, let's go to game 2. But now I think huge advantage to Ryan. We're in Vegas. Instead of a chip in a chair, it's just a snake in a chair here.
And one thing that the Thought Knot Seer does do is defer these attacks, right? So no longer getting it for 4, no longer having a clock. And Joshua's deck does play very well into the late game. Always big, powerful ramp effects if Joshua can find the mana for him. So
the thing about that is, while I do agree with you, there are a lot of these cards that are either double colorless pips or Line Breaker costs red mana. Sowing Mycospawn costs green. Half of Joshua's deck is uncastable right now.
That's true.
And he can just literally never cast a Kozilek's Command with just one waste. It is not possible anymore, besides playing Glaring Fleshraker and then a colorless card the following turn, and then the following turn playing the command.
All right, well, Josh says it's time to get aggressive here. Thought Knot Seer entering the red zone into Coiling Oracle, Fibblethip, Harbinger, and we're going to see another Ice Fang, and this is brutal.
It was face up, though, too, so, the fact that, this is kind of Joshua falling for it, there has to be a plan from Joshua, because otherwise that is a horrific exchange. Ryan gets to draw 2. It's a Doomblade that draws 2, All
right, well, Josh is back at the Glaring Fleshraker. This is a way to produce spawn tokens. You can cast colorless spells, so a possible avenue. But yes, I'm in pretty full agreement here. That Thought Knot looked pretty good on defense. Yeah. And now it is gone at a pretty bad exchange.
Yeah, because Ryan attacked with that Quaddle as kind of bait, and now these Harbingers, these Fibblethip's get to get busy.
Scrappy, I love it. Yeah. So Odawara costs 3 because Fibblethip is legendary, despite not being particularly heroic or useful in any way.
You take that back.
Just saying it like it is, my friend.
Okay.
War Innocuous comes down.
Ooh, the eye sees all.
Not saying he's not a good little guy, but I'm saying, realistically, he's just not a main character. He's not a main part of the plan.
Well, that's because he's been lost. He's been trying to be a main character this whole time and just cannot find the storyline.
He's been trying to be lost.
Yeah.
He's one who wants to be lost. Not all who wander are lost, Corey.
Fibblethip is the main character when you find Fibblethip off the birthing ritual and you draw 2. That's when Fibblethip ascends,
Well, hopefully we'll see that.
Yeah.
But this game's looking great. Oculus is a major, major pain, actually providing a clock. A lot of power in the air. Fleshraker's back, but looking a lot worse this turn than it did last turn.
Yeah, wow. This game is well and truly turned around here. And looks like Bellamy is in a near unlosable situation.
Oh, gotta get that manifest on there. Let's be clear about that one.
Gotta keep him straight.
Yeah, so Harbinger's going off to the side now, turning into an enchantment. That's not getting in combat anymore. Everything else is, though.
One nice, tricky thing that can happen with these Aborean Oculus Manifest tokens is if you ever have Harbinger underneath there, you can get your opponent so good because when you flip it up, there's no interaction whatsoever. There's no point when Joshua could react to that, and you just all of a sudden, you have islands. And you're like, dang it, I wish I didn't, you know?
That's sweet. I like that.
Yeah.
Here's a ritual. At this point, seems a little superfluous, but let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's ritual. Oh. How about a backup copy? All right, so double islands have been had. A little chuckle from Joshua. And I think Joshua is just about to pack these cards up and take it into game number 2. We'll draw a card of the bobble first, take a little peek, but it's looking tough out there.
Looking real tough, but hey, we got some good sideboard cards. You know, we're going to be bringing in some dismembers. Dismembers are incredible from Joshua's side.
All right, so let's back it up. Oh, nope, never mind. Sorry, I lied.
We're doing the eye.
A little shuffle. Then an eye, and now we're going to pack it up.
Never surrender, it would seem.
I like it.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay. Now they're going to pack it up, Jim.
All right, so Joshua wins the Pump Fake Jim Award, but that's okay. So Ryan takes that game number 1 on the back, almost entirely of Harbinger of the Seas. Very, very powerful effect. What's Joshua got to do to get back into this one? We got 2 Chalice to the Void, 3 Damping Sphere, 2 Dismember, 1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Gemstone Caverns, 3 Grapdigger's Cage, 2 Torpor Orb, and 1 Trinisphere.
Ooh, okay, so I like some stuff here. I definitely love the Dismembers. I for sure love the Torpor Orbs. Torpor Orbs shuts down basically the whole deck from Ryan. I mean, if you can shut down Culling Oracle, you have to.
Yeah.
The card's far too powerful. I'm also interested on the Trinisphere. If you're on the play and you can hustle that one out, preventing all those free counter spells looks pretty good to me. That one I'm unsure of. I'd probably bring it on the play and not on the draw. So that would be my majority changes here from Joshua's side.
And then Ryan's got 3 Consign to Memory, 1 Endurance, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Gemstone Caverns, 1 Harbinger of the Seas, 4 Mystical Dispute, and 3 Stern Scolding.
So Consign, normally, it hits every card in this deck. So normally you think you want to hit that. It is a 4 Cavern deck, but I think you still have to do it. At worst, you're getting all the abilities of these Eldrazi's. You get the Thought Knot ability. You know, you're going to get the Devourer of Destiny ability. And some games your opponent just doesn't draw Cavern, so I'm still probably bringing those in. Outside of that, definitely bringing in the other Harbinger. That looks excellent. Stern Scolding is another card. It hits a lot of things. It does only hit a total of 12 cards, so maybe that one's staying in the board. So definitely just the Harbinger and the Consigns would be my major ones.
All right, sounds great. So we're going to look at our schedule for 2026 Series These Players sideboard. We got an awesome lineup, a ton of great cities across the entire year, and I'm pumped. I love Portland. Obviously, Vegas. Vegas is great.
Yeah.
Hartford's a nice stone's throw for me across the Long Island Sound. We got Dallas.
Way to put Hartford down there. You're like, this city's great, this city's great. I live next to Hartford.
That's great. What do you mean? The Hartford Wolfpack, right?
I'm just giving you crap.
All right, so LA is great too. So we got a bunch of great events here, and hopefully we'll see you at not 1, not 2, but all of them.
I'm really excited for Milwaukee as well, but I have never seen a skyline like that in Milwaukee.
I couldn't even begin to imagine what the Milwaukee skyline is.
Milwaukee's sweet. Yeah, I'm a classic Midwest boy, so I love Milwaukee.
I've been there before.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
But I couldn't say what their skyline looks like. Yeah.
You got to look up, Jim.
I'm gonna trust the graphic.
Okay. All right.
The graphic can do no wrong.
All right. We'll give you that.
All right, so we're in game 2 over here. I could only imagine Joshua on the play against Ryan Bellamy. Both these players 6-0, looking to go to 7-0 and really start to get that run going as they get into day 2 and look to try and lock up Pro Tour slots. Bunch of money, and then, of course, those coveted 2 slots to the World Championship. These are our last 2 slots to Worlds, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, other regional championships, you know,
Sure.
there are a total of 3 or maybe 4 of them going on right now. I know Japan, Europe, and I believe Calgary. So I think there is 4 total regional championships going on right now. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, we got our final 8 World Championship slots coming in.
Super exciting. So obviously the ultimate event of the year, nothing like playing in the World Championships. And good stuff.
Nothing like qualifying for the World Championship off a modern event and then be like, all right, get ready for Standard and Limited. Let's hope you're ready to go. But you don't say no to flying to Bellevue to go play in the World Championship.
All right, well, you don't say no to a turn 1 torpor orb here.
Yes.
Unless you're an enter the battlefield creature on Ryan's deck, in which case you're saying, oh no.
Yeah. You know how I said Fibblethip was a main character? For sure not the main character when a Torpor Orb's in play.
And Vexing Bobble. So Josh going for all those prison elements. Ryan?
Not a legal play, right?
No, so
Ryan
I
get
using
it.
the
Okay.
Torpor Orb to cast Subtlety as just a 3/3 flyer for free.
Absolutely a legal play. Yeah.
That is awesome. Yeah, so being in response to the Vexing Bobble was not to try and stop the Vexing Bobble, which is saying, hey, I can't do this with that Bobble in play. So now we got a little 3/3 flyer coming down for free, and Ryan taking the beatdown plan in this game where Ryan's cards are mostly not going to function.
I mean, this card functioned above rate, in my opinion. You know, like, I think the Torpor boosted up the subtleties at least. That's really impressive.
All right, get a Surveil here also. Goodbye, Force Negation. That ship has sailed, I think.
Yes. 3 mana cancel, 3 mana negate there, you know?
Yep, so in comes Subtlety, another Surveil land.
Yeah, what Ryan really wants here is to fuel the graveyard with cards and then Abhorrent Oculus. That card still works perfectly with both Bobble and Torpor Orb in play.
Oh, no. We got a pass from Joshua. No third land.
Joshua had the kind of hateful draw that you really want in this matchup, but if you got all that hate, but you don't have the pressure to follow up, you know, it's still pretty rough. You really need both in Modern in general.
Yeah, and it's cool because Ryan has the pressure. We don't really think of his Simic deck as an aggressive deck in any way at all. But playing a free 3/3 flyer on turn 1 is not too shabby. And there's the Harbinger. Oh, boy. All right, well, there's going to see a, was that Dismember?
That looks like a Dismember of some variety.
So, it's Monty Python.
Okay, I was going to guess Wizard of Oz.
Just a flesh wound.
Oh, yeah, that is totally a flesh wound.
Yep. I got that one.
That's hilarious.
Yep, good stuff.
So, I like that.
So great patience from Joshua here, not dismembering the 3/3 flyer, understanding what's important, but also needing to draw a land at some point. So we're going to see a, oh my God, what is that?
Craft Digger's Cage.
Okay.
So that prevents the ritual from doing its thing, and the Battlemate is just a Grizzly Bear at this point. So you see all this stuff that's preventing the main game plan. And this is one of the decks, like Simic Birthing Ritual, you kind of feel that it doesn't have a plan B, but hey, all the creatures in the deck have power and toughness. They can get busy.
Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
100%.
All right, so Battlemate is going to go for a little punching of his own here. Going to get in for 2, and still no land for Joshua. Here's End Step, Ice Fang Coddle. Not going to draw a card. This is just a flash 1/1 flyer. Some snow text too, I guess, but Coddle coming down.
Oh, yeah. Clean magic.
Grizzly Bear versus 1/1 flyer.
Looks like we're pausing on this. Joshua maybe has another Dismember, or is just like, how am I losing to this free subtlety and vanilla creatures? Right. I think it is another Dismember.
Oh, no. It is just a flesh wound. All right.
Too many flesh wounds, and all of a sudden, you know, you do perish.
Yeah. So down to 3. That is 3 Ice Fang Coddle attacks. Drawing a card be damned. So back Ryan's way. Ryan's going to draw. And here we go. 1/3 of your light total, please.
That's the thing, is how does this deck ever stop one Ice Fang Coddle? Like, without Dismember, you need to Kozilek's command it.
All right, so here's a Line Breaker. I mean, all right, never mind, December. So say Line Breaker does output a pretty large amount of damage. You know, that could be a way to race, but
I don't know. Quaddle's taking 50% of the life away right now.
All right, so Joshua down to a precarious 1 on the edge of possibly first loss of a tournament. And there you go. Ryan Bellamy moves to 7-0, undefeated with Simic Birthing Ritual, fighting through all the hate you ever seen.
Yeah, no kidding. And you got to think, if he usually had his tool of choice, I would say, playing Amulet, that Torpor Orb would have looked a lot better, I'll tell you that. That one would have been tough to deal with. I guess Beseju is just over there in the corner anyways. But really impressive stuff from Ryan. He's an incredible young player, and excited to see what he can do in this event.
That's the thing you see often, too, where really good players just have a really good way of playing around hate. Where you see a really good player under a Blood Moon, and they just like find a way to win, and you're like, how did they win that game? You know, it's like, well, they just knew what they had to do, kind of played to their routes, you know, whereas, you know, lesser players will kind of just go, now my cards don't work, this stinks.
Yeah, be like, and that's the story they tell to their buddies, be like, I got Blood Moons.
Yeah, Torpor roared me, all my ATBs didn't really work. Good players find a way to make their cards work in unique ways they might not have normally worked in.
I mean, how many times did we literally hear it as we were like walking to our lunch break? Bad beat stories of people running out and, you know, not in the tournament any longer. And, you know, you do have to play around some hateful cards when it comes to Modern because, well, they're in every sideboard.
That's right. All right, so round 7's a wrap. Round 8's coming up in just a few moments. Let's get some players into this day 2, and let's see who's going to be battling tomorrow for Pro Tour slots. Welcome back to SCGCon, Las Vegas Regional Championship. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister. We're coming into round number 8 here of our Modern Regional Championship, and we're getting into the very end of the day. Players looking to lock up day 2 slots and, of course, make great runs. Check out our standings and see what players are currently crushing the tournament at the top. We're running out of undefeated players.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where you start to get complaint equity at dinner, or you start locking up those day 2 spots. So, yeah, this is the second page. This is our 6 and 1s. You know, nothing really very telling. Boros Energy, there's quite a lot of those players. But let's take a look at the first page and see the very tip of the top.
Now, I'm going to guess we've got, I'm going to say
10.
10?
Mostly because we had 20 last round.
That is... Memory's better than mine. So check out, we got Demir Necrodominance in 28th place here, Thomas Swan,
Yes.
and we're going to see Thomas coming up, spoiler alert, with a really cool take on Demir Necrodominance. That's really, really cool.
It's so cool. Psychic Fog and Quantum Riddler meets the mono black shell of Necrodominance. We're going to show you that a little bit later, but it looks incredibly cool.
Want to make your deck better? Add Psychic Frog, add Riddler.
Boom. That's it. That is absolutely it. Oh, my. Here's the real thing. Yeah, you draw the cards at your end step. So if you do it for like 6 and you only had 1 card in hand, you draw 7.
Oh, the Riddler.
Let's go.
The Riddler draws will continue until morale improves.
Exactly.
And morale is already high. So,
morale is incredibly high.
So we see page number 1 here, John Hubbard pacing the field with Jeskai Blink at 7-0. And you are correct. There are 10 7-0s.
You owe me $20.
Whoa, 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 you're right. And we got 2 all players who are also if we were saying undefeateds, we go down to 12th.
All right,
yeah,
all
exactly,
right. Jim
so.
winning with the semantics here. I see it. But, hey, a couple players I want to call out. We have Mason B there here in 9th place, fresh off a top 8 performance here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. Alan Wu, another phenomenal Magic player. And then we saw Ryan Bellamy in 3rd place just take it down, as well as Ryan Mullins, Burnt Taco Online on Magic Online, a very good player who we've been seeing go very deep in these events as well. So.
Yeah, so we got 10 players undefeated. You know, maybe we'll have 5 next round, maybe not. You know, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how the math works out. But we're going to take.
There's going to be some draws. I know it.
Yeah, we're going to take a look now at Thomas Swan's deck list for Necrodominance. This deck looks really, really cool. We got Thomas coming up against Donald Parsons. Take a little peek right now, and we haven't seen Necrodominance in a little bit.
No, not really. And they've all been the mono black variety. So seeing a new take on this, the card is so incredibly powerful that if there is any kind of new blood injected into the deck, like we very much could have something extremely powerful on our hands, as it does something that you really can't do in the format outside of the card Necrodominance. So yeah, really impressive stuff. So yeah, let's take a look at the metagame though. Let's give people one last shot at that to kind of see exactly what the metagame started with, because we'll see that day 2 metagame conversion tomorrow and see what decks kind of did well.
That sounds
yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Yeah, we'll see if Jeskai Blink is there it is. We'll see if Jeskai Blink can convert in day 2 as well as it is here in day number 1.
It didn't look like it.
Yeah,
I didn't see a lot of them.
Not a ton, you know, and this is a deck that kind of popped up in the last event. It was kind of like the underdog. Ooh, what is this cool new deck? Now everyone's kind of gunning for it. It was very obvious it was going to be the number 1 played deck here, I think, and players are out to get it.
I didn't see a lot of Amulet at our very tip of the top players as well. It might still have a good conversion rate, but I think so far the story of the tournament, Ocelot Pride and Guida Souls. I would not be surprised to see Boros Energy at the tippy top tomorrow as we started off, you know. Looks really, really good, as well as those Simic Birthing Ritual lists. There are a lot at the top of the tables, and Esper Gorios. I think those are the 3 big winning decks, Simic, Esper, and Boros Energy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, we haven't heard a lot from our Izzet players yet, either Affinity and Prowess. Haven't seen them on camera too much. A little bit here and there, but for such a large part of the field, if you combine both those decks, not that similar, but just saying like 2 Izzet kind of like aggressive decks in different angles, haven't seen them too much.
Yeah, and the third kind of Izzet variant is that kind of new one that we saw. You know, Nick Miller did a deck tech with one of the players. We saw Vinny Fino played it here throughout the day, the Mox Opal version that's still playing Corey Steelcutter. We saw it at 6-0 at some point, but definitely has not continued to be undefeated, it looks like.
Any dark horses here you think might be, popping up around the rounds? You've seen, obviously, the standings, but, players who are not on the standings we just saw, X and 2. even X and 3. They're still in the tournament.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
They're still rocking and rolling.
I think as far as we get to the lower, maybe not necessarily in the other category, but something very low with just the 37 players there, that Gruel Eldrazi ramp, it's looked quite good. We're seeing a decent amount of those at the top of the standings. I think that's having an above average weekend as well. Seems to be better than the Eldrazi Tron variants, if I had to guess.
All right, sounds great. So, pop back to the booth here and get ready for our feature match between Thomas Swan playing Demir and Necro Dominance and Donald Parsons, who is playing kind of lost here in the bury the lead a little bit here. Is it Control?
Yeah, this is a very strange one. We kind of saw a little bit of this in Houston. It is the Snapcaster's Mage, Flame of Anor, beautiful combo. It is very much a lot of wizards to be able to make Flame of Anor work. If we have the deck list, we'll pull that up, but it is very clean. Is it Murktide-ish with only one? Is it Murktide? It is definitely in the other category, I will tell all y'all.
Yeah, one Magus of the Moon, too, which is also a wizard, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
and
it is.
Just kind of doing that Counterspell, Lightning Bolt, Snapcaster Mage thing. So we got two very, very unique decks for you here. These players, I believe, are both 6 and 1. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We also have one Riptide Laboratory to be able to bring back Snapcasters. I mean, come on. It's getting hot in Vegas, but it's going to be heating up if we get that kind of combo going on in the battlefield. That's for sure.
Yeah, really good stuff. That was a player in Extended back in the day, way, way back in the day.
Extended, for those of y'all that remember, I qualified for my first Pro Tour off Extended.
Me too.
Yeah, nice.
All right, cool. All right, so let's hop down to the feature match area and check out Nudemir Necro Dominance versus Is It Control.
The number of folks equal to the number of spots we have in the main event will be selected and received.
Now, the main question, Jim, is what deck in Extended did you qualify with?
I'll give you one guess.
I am going to guess Goblins.
Correct.
All right.
Thomas Swan on the top, Demir Necro Dominance, and then Donald Parsons on the bottom. Is it Control? This is going to be a fun one, folks. And let's take a look here. Ooh, little proxy, you know, whatever. Didn't have the card. Just Sharpie it up. That's a Bogger Troller.
Yes, I was going to say that is not correct, Jim, but sure.
So
I was going to let you have it.
Dreams of Steel and Oil will take a creature goodbye. Tamia, we see the one of Blood Moon alongside Flame of Anor, Discharge, a couple islands.
Yeah, absolutely. And that could be mildly troublesome because as far as a pretty much monocolored deck goes, there's not that many swamps. There is only 4 of them, but 4 is kind of an eternity or a large amount when it comes to Modern for basics.
Yeah, if you're trying to cast Necro Dominance with the Blood Moon in play, not going to be easy. There are actually 2 Blood Moons, my mistake. 2 Blood Moons and 1 Magus of the Moon. So a pretty big element in this deck.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, how did we miss the golden opportunity? It's Blue Moon. We got to change.
Wow.
Yeah, right? There we go.
Now he's dating himself.
Oh,
boy.
God. You know what? All day, Jim, we have just proved that we are old. That's the one thing we've gotten across to the audience.
I will say, though, with these checklist cards, it's totally fine to use those, but we got to get the real cards out here, folks. Thomas, we got to get some real cards. We got to confirm that the Boggart Trawlers are actually in the deck.
Yeah.
They are physical copies. They are all ready to go, you know? So
what a gambit that would be if you just go without them and be like, I don't have them, but you know what I do have? Checklist cards.
Yep. All right, so Island for Donald and pass. We'll probably see a lot of this Island go from Donald in a kind of typical Drago fashion.
Yeah.
The old Sunken Ruins.
Got that card.
Yeah. And there we go. Necrodominus is just running it out there.
Did Donald draw it? He did draw it.
Wow.
He's looked at his hand every single turn and drew the one of counters. I mean, not the one of, but had the one draw step to answer Necrodominus. If that lands against a deck like this, is it control deck?
It's over.
It's over. It's 100% over. So incredible. Donald had the Flame of Anor to go end step divination, quick study. But yeah, Necrodominus doesn't care. If you get to activate it once, Izzet is not doing a great job of bouncing it outside of like 1 or 2 of Ottawaras. So that was huge from Donald.
That's the classic Thoughtseize experience.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
you see their hand, Dakota's Cleric except for the one card. That's what you'd put Thoughtseize in your deck to do, is to set up for the disruption, and off the top, can't play around that. So
yeah, they say you can't Thoughtseize the counter spell that's about to be drawn. Is that the expression, or
top of the deck or something?
something like that? Yeah.
And here comes old Murktide, the one of, and we got a few spells in there. Murktide's
Like a 6/6.
a little bit bigger. Get that dice on there, ready to rock and roll. Pretty fast clock.
Yeah. great draw all around from Donald. And, I mean, this is just great. Look at this 6-1 table. You know, 2 players playing these just well and truly into the other categories here and having some great success.
Whoa, all right. We got a March. So March paying X's 2 and then also pitching to black card that is 6 damage and 6 life.
That'll do.
Just going to say there aren't many ways to kill Murktide Regent in this deck. That'll do it. Yeah,
that will do it.
Now the problem, of course, is that costs a lot of cards, and Necrodominance needs to bring those cards back, and there's no follow-up Necrodominance, and Thomas is kind of up against it here.
Definitely up against it, but that fetch land is a representation of 2 cards. You get to see if it's on top. If not, you know, find another one. And now Thomas actually has more than just the 1 draw. Normally this deck is all your eggs in one basket things. You're going to find Necrodominance or you're not. You're either going to win or you will lose. But here, think if you just find a Riddler. Sounds amazing.
Corey, you sound like a broken record.
I know, I'm sorry.
Always go back to the Riddler.
It's not my fault these players keep putting Riddler into their deck. I'm just commentating on what they put on the screen in front of us, Jim.
It's true.
Yeah.
Well, there's no Riddler yet. You are talking about a hypothetical Riddler that could be drawn at some point.
You got me there.
Well, you're totally right.
Nah, you called me out there. I respect that.
You know, and that's the thing about this Riddler card is that you always look for, you know, a card when it's at its best and at its worst. Riddler is at its best when you need it the absolute most. You are low on cards, you're struggling. But we're not going to see a Riddler here. We're going to see a waterlogged Teachings.
Normally that's just a swamp, you know, or, excuse me, a watery grave. But, yeah, what are we going to actually search up for? It doesn't get Necrodominance. It is instant, card with flash, and that's it. So it doesn't get Riddler either.
I'm just going to get an Orcus Bowmasters.
Okay.
Not a bad card.
Why not?
A card that is extremely powerful but has not seen a lot of play in Modern lately.
No, it really has not. It's a card that has fallen off quite a bit. Since the good old days of, you know, Rakdos Scam, that was really when it was at its peak.
The singleton copy of Fable of the Mirror Breaker for Donald. I like that art. Well done.
Love it.
All right, going to pass the turn back. Fatal Push on the Goblin Shaman. I'm glad we got to experience that art for at least a few seconds there.
Just a little bit, yeah.
And then here's a Bowmaster. Bowmaster, you know, nice little threat. Going to make things a little awkward for Donald as far as the card draw department goes.
Yeah, Chapter 2 gets to be a lot more of a decision here. And now I'm getting flashbacks to Modern here back at, you know, Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings area.
Yep. All right, so going to get in the red zone. There are some flash creatures in this deck, but we're just going to see an old-fashioned lightning bolt on the Bowmaster. So Bowmaster down. The Orc army gets in for a single point, and it looks like Fable is off to the races next turn.
And do we have something for Thomas? This kind of feels like the turn when you really needed something, as now Fable gets to get rid of blank red removal spells more than likely that we had, and yep, there you go. And now you can find something like, I mean, Snapcaster would look great. You don't, of course, have that Flame of Anora anymore, but Counterspell looks amazing.
All right, just land go. And once again, the Orc just going to come in. Oh, sorry about that.
It's still coming in.
Salty time. And the Flash Blocker will take out the Orc and, most importantly, put a clock on the board for Donald. And, all right, we got to get a Sharpie.
Could be anything.
Got to get a Sharpie for these things, too, please.
That's a Trawler. I see a 3-1.
So, Boggart Trawler going to exile the graveyard. And... All right, so Trawler comes in, exiles the graveyard. Snapcaster Mage, not really a super good draw at the moment, but Subtlety's in play. That being said, there's now a 3-power creature on both sides of the board, but Fable also about to flip. You know, that third chapter of Fable, it feels like an afterthought sometimes, and it just takes over the entire game.
Absolutely. And if you can have Fable, the reflection of Kiki Jiki, with Subtlety, where any creature that gets cast, you can just automatically have that ability, that's a pretty big game.
Yep.
I mean, it's not as good as Snapcaster giving you that repeatable offense, but if Donald has just one counterspell or just one Snapcaster to deal with the potential Necrodominance, you got to be feeling really good here.
Or Thomas can just play Mono Red.
Yeah.
Mono Red it is. Blood Moon. Not a lot of ways to remove that one in Thomas's deck. So Magus the Moon is here.
And no basic islands. So Riddlers, Frogs, they're off the menu.
All right, so Trawler comes in. Magus of the Moon. All right, basic swap. There are 4 of those. So not a crazy card to have access to.
Yeah. Most of the time there's 8 or 9 in this deck, but this version being a little different.
All right, so now Magus and Salty get into the red zone. Reflection is active.
That was a little risky. If there was an Orcish Bowmaster, you got to think Donald just has something ready to go for protection. But a Bowmaster to deal with Magus and Moon there could be very brutal.
Yeah, you could always just fire off the Reflection on the Salty, send it back.
That's fair.
If you're desperate, it does put you defenseless for the coming turn.
That is fair. That's totally a fine play, so you're right.
All right, so back Thomas's way. Thomas has got to get out of this one here. We're going to see a Soul Spike. I suppose that is a way to deal with it until Counterspell happens. And that's going to do it here.
Yeah.
Wow, a great showing for Donald, and really kind of tough for Thomas. You know, that's a game it would be easy to look back on and be like, wow, Donald just wiped the floor with Thomas in that game.
Yeah.
Donald drew the counterspell in that one-turn window.
Exactly. Like, you think that counterspell was like the game winner because it was a solid 3-for-1, but the counterspell on turn 3 was GG. Thomas set it up perfectly to clear the way on back-to-back turns, make sure this Necrodominance was going to resolve, and, you know, like you were saying, can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck, and Donald won that game because of that counterspell.
Yeah, that Dominance comes down, draw 7 cards, the game's over.
Yep.
So Thomas, go look at a sideboard of Ashiok Dream Render. 3 Consign to Memory, 1 Damnation, 3 Dothy Voidwalker, 1 Engineered Explosives, 2 Feed the Swarm, 1 Force of Despair, 2 My Scornful Striker, new card here. Look at that, right on the screen, just as I say it.
Yep.
Great new card from Avatar, very, very powerful. And 1 Surgical Extraction. What are you doing for Thomas here?
You know, I'm definitely bringing in those Dothy Voidwalkers. I think those look extremely powerful. And, hey, the new Avatar card, I think I'm all about it. The fact that whenever your opponent casts a non-creature spell, they lose some life. It seems like that kind of fair game pivot that I think Thomas is going to be pretty happy about that. So my Dothy Voidwalker I really like. And outside of that, I think that's all I really want.
And then on Donald's side, we got 2 Brazen Borrower, 3 Consign to Memory, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Magus to the Moon, 2 Meltdown, 2 Quantum Riddler Corey, and 2 Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, I mean, I think you first start by just, you know, correcting your accidental putting of the Quantum Riddlers into your sideboard. Get those into the main. Those are always going to be great against the Thoughtseize matchup. Anytime your opponent's attacking your hand, you definitely want to be refueling with the Quantum Riddlers. And normally against a monocolored deck, I'd be taking out all the Moon effects, the Magus and the Blood Moon. Maybe you still don't want Maguses because you can Soul Spike them without actually having to have access to black mana. But with how few of actual swamps there are, I think the Moon effects actually look pretty solid. And then anything else that deals with the namesake card Necrodominance, I'm probably fine with Petty Theft. You play Necrodominance, it's at least a bit of a time walk where you can bounce it back.
All right, sounds good. So let's get into our game, but first look at our upcoming event in January. Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, and I am absolutely pumped for this event. It's going to be happening in Atlanta. We got a standard Spotlight series starting off the year right, and I apologize. How about Avatar product? Want to buy some play boosters, some singles? Aang at the Crossroads. Order now at starcitygames.com/MTG Last Airbender. The product is great. The event is great. It's all great.
It's all great. The set's great. The show is great. You can take those cards that you pre-ordered with, and then you can take them to Atlanta for that really awesome event.
Great stuff. So check it out, starcitygames.com/MTG-TLA, and order your Avatar of the Last Airbender cards right now.
One thing I did learn about this set from drafting it, if your card says Aang, they're all busted. They're all so good, especially this Aang at the crossword, or at the crosswords. That'd be a very different card. Just Aang solving some puzzles.
Just Grandpa Aang just doing those crossword puzzles. Listen, Avatar's got to retire at some point too, right?
Yeah, so. Exactly. But, I mean, that card itself is quite good. You know, being able to get yourself another card is very strong in both limited, and there's a lot of really cool Bant Aang decks that are popping up in Standard. So Standard looks to be at a really fun place. Modern's at a great place. The limited format looks awesome. Magic's at an awesome place right now. And get ready to come to Atlanta and test out your might.
Sounds great. So we're going to go into game number 2. We got Thomas on the top on the play, down a game against Donald Parsons playing Is It Control? Let's see what Thomas has for us. Maybe some more Thoughtseizes, and then hopefully Donald won't draw the perfect card off the top of the library. So basic Swamp, being cognizant of these Moon effects. I'm sure we're going to see a discard effect, which is great for us in the booth here, so we can see the whole hand.
Yes.
And we see 2 lands, Snapcaster, Discharge, Tamiyo, Flame, and Subtlety. Pretty good hand.
Yeah. Feels like you have to take the Tamiyo here unless you really need to push through. I mean, you know, there's really nothing to push through, so I think you just take Tamiyo unless you already have, like, a Fatal Push.
All right, so going to write down these cards to make sure this information is good. This information you get to have not only right now, but for the rest of the game. Until all of these cards have been cast, you have knowledge of your opponent's hand, which is quite useful.
And looks like we have another land, probably with that checklist card, and then Necro Dominant. There is a Fatal Push for the Tamiyo, so that gets a little bit more tempting. And it looks like Thomas is in the same spot. If he can find a land and just hope he fades a counterspell from Donald, it's turn 3 Necro Dominance time, and the games look vastly different when you do that.
Yeah, it is a supremely powerful Magic card.
Yes. I mean, it's a card that made an impact at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 at Amsterdam when Nadu was around.
Yep.
Like, you know, I mean, a decent player you might have heard of, Seth Manfield, made the top 8 of an event with it, you know, so no schlub, I will say. But, yeah, the card's extremely powerful.
All right, so we're going to see the backside of an MDFC come down and the Fatal Push. Goodbye, Tamiyo. Going back Donald's way. Donald's going to pick up a draw. We're going to see the Verge that was known about. And we got a little Thunder Trap Trainer. Going to look at the top few cards.
Okay.
So tapped out. We're clear for a Necrodominance. Are there forces in this list? There is. I see one single Force Negation.
And we've looked at the hand enough. I don't think it's there. So I think if that's a swamp, we're good to go. Otherwise, we're going to be living in a Blood Moon world. Ooh.
All right.
Okay, we're at least not living in a Blood Moon world, but...
All right, so Thoughtseize takes the Blood Moon, leaving another Tamiyo, Snapcaster, Discharge, and Subtlety.
Yep.
And, of course, Trainer in play. No land for Thomas. Thomas going to say go. Trainer gets in for 1, and these chip shot damages are very relevant against a deck that's looking to pay life for so many things.
Very true.
And here's Tamiyo.
All right.
And Thundering Falls, take a peek.
Here's one more opportunity for Thomas, and the door will be closing slowly.
All right, goodbye, another Tamiyo. Big drop. Is it an
Boom.
untapped black source? The answer is probably not, because it's not slammed on the table.
Oh, wait, I think it is. I think it's a fetch land. I think it's a Bloodstained Mire, right?
I think I saw a little peek of red there, too. All right.
I mean, it would already be in my graveyard. I guess it would. The big decision is Watery Grave or Swamp.
Right,
Yeah.
for sure. You know, playing on Blood Moon, it's going to be a swamp. And now it's time for Necrodominance. The worst thing you could do at Necrodominance is get a Watery Grave, play it, and then get Blood Moon and not be able to play your spells.
Yes. And I think maybe we have enough perfect information because the land was played that Thomas knows this is going to resolve. So it's a real concern to get Watery Grave because Thomas knows there's no Blood Moon and there's no way to counter this. So.
All right, so Necrodominance on the stack. It's looking good. Now you come to the hard part of this deck. I can recall a moment testing for that Pro Tour with
Yes.
Seth and Gab were playing a game, Gab Nassif.
Did you end up playing this deck as well, or you played something else, right?
I played something else.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
played not Nadu, not this. But
Okay.
yeah, so I'm sorry. Gab was playing a game. He calls over to Seth and he says, Seth, how much life should I pay this turn on Necrodominance? What do you think? And Seth goes, 13. And Gab goes, I was going to pay 5. And these are two of the best players to ever do it, both in the Hall of Fame, you know, and they were that far off on deciding how many cards to draw, which
Yes.
shows how difficult it is to choose a number for Necrodominance.
100%, yeah. The range on this, nobody has really figured it out. You know, scholars are still trying to figure it out.
All right, so
That's pretty funny. From the last Pro Tour, I got another Nassif story. I go up to Nassif. He played that Azorius Flash deck. Him and Reed did. And I go up and I talk to Nassif. I was like, hey, how's your deck? What are you playing? Are you excited? And he's like, I got a bad deck. I built a bad deck. I'm not excited to play this one. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm sure you'll do fine, Nassif. You're a great player. He's like, all right, thanks, man. I'm not feeling confident. Then I go to talk to Reed. I was like, hey, Reed, what are you playing? He's like, same deck as Gab. I was like, how you feeling about it? I'm feeling great. This deck's incredible. And I'm like, okay, the range.
It just vibes too, you know?
Yeah.
Reed subscribes to the school of, you know, you play in a tournament, if you're still in the tournament and it's not over yet, your deck is the best deck that's ever existed, and I will hear nothing else.
And Nassif is all right, I'm going to say things are going poorly with me until I either win or are eliminated.
Right.
You soften the blow with yourself mentally. So two different approaches from two goats of the game.
Yep. All right, so now Thomas, a whole bunch of cards to work with here. We're going to see yet another Thoughtseize. Now, Thomas getting a little low here.
Yeah.
You see Discharge, Subtlety, Snapcaster, Trainer, Flame of Manure. It's a lot of cards.
Yeah, this is where you really wanted to, I mean, especially with no energy. The Subtlety is there, but like Shieldred, go down to, I mean, it's risky because there could be Lightning Bolts on the other side, but ideally you go down to 1, and then every card you draw, you gain 2 life. But you would think if Shieldred is a plan, you need to get rid of that Subtlety because that's just an incredible time walk against you, but must not be the plan.
All right.
We might have to do some soul spiking. Right. I saw Shieldred in the window there from Thomas. So
yeah, it was in the opener. It's been there the whole time. So,
but, I mean, Flame of Manure deals with it as well, so.
Yeah. All right. So, going to pass, but say, hold on. I have some things to do in my end step here. And at 5 life, how low will you go?
I mean, I would think 3. Give yourself the best chance, right? Go down to 2. Just draws 2, it looks like. But now you can't Thoughtseize.
All right, we see Fatal Push on the Tamiya.
Okay, does have Orcish Bowmaster here to be able to ambush in. And I don't remember exactly the hand, but I don't think there is an answer to it straight away right now besides the Subtlety.
Noting that there are Lightning Bolts in Donald's deck. So 3 is a... You know, it's a little bit precarious of a place to be. It's exciting.
I don't enjoy being at 3 in Modern, I'll tell you that.
Yep. All right, so attack from the Trainer, Bowmaster comes down.
If Donald had a 4th land there and kind of autopiloted to attack, he's going to feel real bad because just hard casting that Subtlety would have been really nice.
Yes.
Some scenario of maybe act too fast. The land might not be there, but you know.
All right, so we're going to get a ping and a block with the Orc Army token. We see Trainer number 2 going to replace it.
Lightning Bolt.
And you see a red card that's on a bolt.
That's a bolt right at the end.
How about that? A little too close to the sun. Thomas there, shrug. That's a tough match for Thomas. That first game really was, you know, just, see, this one is, it's bolt off the top. There you go, bang. You know, it's so hard to quantify the counters off the top. You don't see it in the game. Obviously, Thomas knew because that's the only card he didn't know.
Yeah.
But still, you know, as a viewer, it's so easy to kind of just gloss over that and not realize that was an insane draw.
Yeah.
You know, just because it wasn't a Lightning Elixir and I got you.
Exactly. It wasn't flashy, but it really did end that first game. And yeah, you gotta just think Thomas's worst matchup is the top of the deck from the opponent because he rips apart the hand so well. But both players still in great position, still locked up day number 2 no matter what, with 2 incredibly sweet brews. I love it.
Yeah, so we got Donald going to 7-1. And, of course, Thomas, 6-2, still already locked for day 2, which is phenomenal.
Yes.
And then you win the next round, go have a nice dinner, come back at X2, you're feeling great.
Yeah, if you're 6-1 and then you end 6-3, the dinner tastes a little bit worse at the end. But, you know, if you are, 4-3 and you end 6-3, the dinner tastes amazing.
That does taste pretty good. All right, so we got a backup match coming in here.
Yes.
And we got Leo playing Mono Blue Belcher.
Okay.
Gabriel Kark playing Boros Energy. We'll just hop right down.
And this is table number 1. So these are our leaders of the tournament. You know, we're gonna be down to 5 undefeated players after it. And you know, these will be 2 of the players.
Yeah. So we got Boros. You know, deck that's doing very, very well in this tournament. Second most played deck. It is all over our top 16. And then Belcher, a deck that, like you were saying earlier, has fallen off.
Yes.
All right. So we see Leo on the bottom. Going to start off things perfectly with a Lotus Bloom, and then Gabriel Kark. On the top, Sacred Foundry, and Ocelot Pride. Not a bad place to start.
All right. Yeah, and Belcher is a deck that is well and truly fallen off a bit. You know, Boros is still doing great, but this matchup, at least at the Pro Tours, Belcher was a huge favorite.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Boros is one of those decks where all its cards are really, really good, but red and white just don't offer the kind of discard or counter spells that you need to fight against a combo deck like this.
Yeah.
So, Trainer's going to come in, and I imagine with, you know, the Lotus Bloom ready to go, Trainer on the play here, ready to block the Ocelot Pride too for a little blocking value as well, and things looking very well set up for Leo.
Yeah, this Bloomborough staple is just absolutely incredible in Modern, that's for sure.
All right, so going to pass over. Galvanic Discharge will take care of a Trainer, so a little card disadvantage to get this Ocelot Pride going. And Gabriel going to fan through. Really the beatdown here in every sense of the word. You know, Boros is, you know, it's a mid-rangey-esque beatdown deck, and at the heart of it, it is still just a bunch of 1-drops, 2-drops, a lot of removal spells, and all ready to go. All right, so Pride comes in. A life has been gained. We've got a cat on the way. And will there be another 1-drop, which would be the ideal scenario? Looks like there is. Marsh Flats goes to the graveyard. And we're going to see a follow-up of a Ragavan. So good start for Gabriel.
Very good start. You know, second Ocelot Pride there, arguably better, but you know, this is still great. Being able to give yourself a mana advantage, but still, everything's looking like for Leo. Once they get that Lotus Bloom, that's usually when it's time to go. And game number 1, there is not a lot of interaction, if any, from Gabriel's side.
Yeah, and even you don't want to get hit by Ocelot Pride or Ragavan typically. You know, we're looking at treasures and, you know, cat tokens, but it isn't that fast in FUT clock. You know, Leo's still at 16, a lot of time. Lotus will coming next turn, so going to go back Gabriel's way, and we're going to see, you know, are there any copies of, there are not, no copies of 3-drop that silences EOS.
Yep, Ranger Captain. Nope, not those. That one is excellent when it comes down to, or when it comes to dealing with Lotus Bloom coming off suspension. You know, as far as I'm seeing, there's no pieces of interaction except Blood Moon, but, you know, you don't even need blue mana from your lands. So, yeah, it all comes down to, does Leo have it? If they do, game's over.
And we're going to find out. So there goes your treasure. And you know what? I'll steal this trainer and cast it. We'll see what happens.
Oh, heck yeah.
Top 4 cards.
Are we going to hit? There's not a lot of hits.
Not a lot to find here, yeah.
Ah, the unlucky miss.
All right, does add a 1-2 to the army here, I suppose. So a little more aggression, but again, Leo's still at 12. Very, very healthy.
Yep.
There's land 3 and past the turn, and this is that turn. It's Lotus Bloom time.
Yep, let's see if it is all good to go. And so far, if Leo has, you know, amassed a 7-0 record, has been turn 4ing a lot of people, I imagine.
Yeah, Lotus Bloom is one of the original hallmarks of Modern, you know, where Modern was also always supposed to be a turn 4 format, and there were like enduring ideal decks, all these decks that played Lotus Bloom. So kind of an old school one, but here it is. There's Charbelcher.
Yep.
And there's the Lotus Bloom, and there's the activation, and there probably aren't any lands in that deck. You could take a look if you want to, but not going to. So
yeah,
maybe there's a random forest in there somewhere. I don't know.
There you go. There you go. But yeah, impressive stuff there for sure. And yeah, it was back in our day. It was ad nauseum Lotus Bloom shenanigans, right?
There you go. That's a good one too. Yeah. A lot of Lotus Bloom decks. So that game went about to script, I think.
It really did. Like, this matchup is bad. This was part of the reason why these Boros energy decks did so horrific at the Edge of Eternity is Neoform and Belcher were both prominent decks, and both of them kind of absolutely destroyed Boros energy.
All right, so let's look at Gabriel's sideboard here. We got 1 Blood Moon, 2 Celestial Purge, 1 Damping Sphere, 2 Path to Exile, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 The Legend of Roku.
Let's go.
All right, new Avatar card, 2 Vexing Bauble, 2 Wear Tear, 1 Wrath of the Skies.
So I like the Vexing Bauble. I like the Wear Tear to be able to deal with Lotus Blooms when you're in your upkeep there. That one seems decent. Surgical Extractions, you know, when your opponent is playing the version that is playing Archaeologists, where you can accidentally flip over a Belcher, those things tend to look a little bit better. You know, I think you just got to bring in anything that could interact really favorably at all. And then you just have the rest of your interaction is so bad in your main deck. Galvanic Discharges. Blood Moon can be pretty bad. It can also be pretty decent if, you know, there's no Lotus Bloom. But even then, it's not amazing. And then the Thraben Charms as well are not very good. So I'm bringing in anything that has remote text in this matchup, and I'm still unsure if the Legend of Roku fits that bill. It's a card where, you know, you get a little bit of card advantage here. It's basically Showdown of the Skalds.
Yeah, very, very similar for sure.
New Showdown of the Skalds to field something is what I'm getting the vibe from the Legend of Roku.
Yeah, I think this is mostly just going to be a put Ocelot Pride and Ragavan on the table and hope things go really quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And I just, overall, I do not think this matchup improves very much from Gabriel's side. So I think this is going to be a tough one.
Yep. And on Leo's side, we got 3 Consign to Memory, 2 Philosopher's Storm, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Into the Floodmaw, 1 Basic Island, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Stirred Scolding, 1 Stock Up, and 1 Tezzeret the Seeker.
Yes, absolutely. So here, I think this sideboard tells a big story here from Leo's side as well. I only like the Stern Scolding, and that tells to me I don't need much help here in this matchup. My deck's already great, and minor upgrades with one little counterspell. There's also the island. I still don't know, and maybe Belcher players still don't know as well, if the extra land is a trap or not. You know, even in the matchups that they're besieging your lands and stuff, because you do have a fail rate now when you Belcher someone. So I don't know if you're ever supposed to bring in the island. I don't know if you're always supposed to bring in the island. That one always eludes me.
There's some mountains usually too, right? We put one mountain instead. So
the
Belcher miss is half the possibility you'll miss.
Exactly.
But yeah, so no need for that island in this particular matchup. So we'll let these players get all sideboarded up here, and we'll take a look at our wonderful sponsors who help bring you the wonderful SGCon regional championship we have here, Beckett and Dragon Shield.
Yeah, absolutely. Big thanks to these two beautiful sponsors for making and supporting live competitive paper Magic. Wouldn't be able to do these kind of events without them. Beckett, if you want to get any of your fancy cards graded, that is the place to do it. So make sure to go to Beckett.com. Send in your cards if you want to get them graded. We usually see them a lot at the SCG cons. You can go up and talk to them and ask about the services there. And Dragon Shield, you know, been around forever. This was the first sleeves I've ever used for sure. Maybe it was those thin, clear sleeves where you could still see the Magic card on the back. But after that, you know, after I leveled up to be able to buy some nice sleeves, Dragon Shields were the one.
Those were quite trashy. I had those.
I believe those were called penny sleeves, and it was probably for a reason. But Dragon Shields, absolutely the opposite of that. Highest quality, always new colors coming out, and dragons, man.
That's not a bad way to put it. All right, so let's opt back in here. And, wait, Ragavan's already in play. Just kidding. Never mind. Disrupting Shoal says, not in my house. So the best possible start from Gabriel has been nullified by the free counterspell from Kamigawa block, Disrupting Shoal. Like to see that one.
Absolutely.
And was that a Flusterstorm that was exiled?
I mean, it is a blue card that you can pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. So, all right.
I mean, Flusterstorm does do exactly one thing. Counters a Thraben Charm when your opponent is trying to stop your Tameshi Lotus Bloom combos.
Sure.
Boom, we did it.
All right, so Voice of Victory here from Gabriel. It's a decent clock, although ability won't be too relevant here, I would assume.
I think the ability is very relevant, just not being able to counter anything. So at least Gabriel can just go pedal to the metal where there's not going to be a Stern Scolding on a Seasoned Pyromancer or something. To be fair, if there was a Stern Scolding, it would have been cast on the Voice of Victory. But as far as the cards that have text from Gabriel, this is probably the best one to have on the battlefield.
All right, sounds great. So a little warrior action here, mobilized attack, gets in for 3. You know, sometimes lost on Voice of Victory is just how good of a clock it is.
Yes.
Just hits for 3 with a lot of synergy applications as well.
Yeah, if you ever get Ocelot Pride and you get that Ascend, you get to keep 2 warriors. You lose these 2, but you get the 2 fresh ones. An interaction that's been around for a while, as Boros has been around for quite a bit, but anyone just peeking into Modern, that might not be the most intuitive interaction.
Also excellent with Goblin Bombardment. So
here
we see, as you predicted, Seasoned Pyromancer going to discard some cards. Hopefully 2 spells, I would think, to get some more bodies in play. And again, Gabriel just has to get this game over with. There is not that amount of interaction that can really defend against the Leo's combo. So
yeah,
discard some cards, make some tokens, and try and keep things rolling.
And Leo's missing a very key card right now, and that is the Lotus Bloom. So I think Leo's best draw is to just, like, you know, turn 3, play a Thunder Trap Trainer, and then turn 4, play Belcher, and just hope you're not dead. But this clock looks relatively fast, so especially with 2 more Elementals, I mean, we're cooking from Gabriel's side.
All right, so bodies in play, back Leo's way. We got a draw. And what is the next step? Looks to be 3 life for an MDFC land.
Okay, maybe a Harbinger if you leave those in. Looks like I saw Tameshi in the window.
All right, just going to be a Whir for 0.
That's probably better.
So I can't play this on the opponent's turn thanks to Voice of Victory. So just going to sorcery speed it and get a Lotus Bloom. That's certainly one way to do it. So
yes.
Pass turn, and now, you know, usually Lotus Bloom is a ticking time bomb. This one is just heads up, next turn you're dead. You better do something.
It's still a turn 4, but this one is interactable. So Wear Tear comes to mind. That is pretty decent. Outside of that, there's still not a lot of interaction, but maybe is Goblin Bombardment enough here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 1 short. Goblin Bombardment plus a 1-drop, though, is lethal.
All right, tapping 2. And we see...
Shatter, baby.
There's the classic Shatter. So wear that Lotus Bloom down, back Leo's way.
That should shatter game number 2.
Yep, and we have exactly 7 coming across, so something's got to happen here.
So there was a Tameshi as a little bit of defense, and there is Goblin Tarbelcher right there. And, oh, if we have white mana, we do not. But now Tameshi can block, and you can stay alive. You go down to exactly 2. If there's any removal from Gabriel, if there's a Goblin Bombardment, a mild breeze, a wet napkin, any of those things closes this game out immediately.
And if not, Tameshi, Lotus Bloom
wins the game.
Might be going off to the races.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
And Sip Surveil looked like a Johnny.
That's not enough.
I don't think a Johnny's super useful here.
But takes it, so must have something else to go with it. That leads me to believe this game is over.
Yep. All right, so tapping 1.
Okay.
There's
It was
his charge.
just, it was an emotional support cat.
That's cool.
There we go.
A Johnny's nice to have.
I
you know?
like that, yeah.
Yeah, so super safe there with the voice victor in play. Can't be any counter play. And just like that, we were saying Gabriel had to have a fast draw, and that was just about what you're looking for. Fast draw, 1 piece of disruption that isn't really the best ever, but it does the job. It is shatter, just actual shatter, and not too shabby.
Yeah, nope, that's exactly what you have to be doing. Now it gets a lot tougher on the draw. Now when I'm on the draw from Gabriel, I very much hope my opponent mulligans. Like, that's how bad this matchup is when you're on the draw.
All right, so to get back to too much more sideboarding here, so let's take a little look at our sell your cards, folks.
Yeah.
If you got cards and you
Sell
don't want
them.
them anymore, sell everything. You sell them at StarCityGames.com.
Yeah.
You get your 30% kickback, which is huge. You're going to buy more Magic cards. I have more Magic cards. This event, I have both sold and bought cards from Star City with my credit, and you should be doing that too.
Oh, yeah. For me, to each his own, whoever likes foils. I don't, because I like to, either play Commander with them where I don't like the shine, maybe on camera or whatever, but I also don't like playing competitive tournaments with foils. So me personally, I trade in all my foils, get the 30% store credit, just buy the regular version, non-foil for all my decks.
And me, I hate regular cards, only like foils, so I sell my regular card. I'm just kidding.
Wait, you got peanut butter in my chocolate.
I don't like foils either, but absolutely. There's so many things in Magic that people will like and not like. So you find the cards for you, sell the cards you don't like, and then turn those into cards that you do like. If it's 30% bonus is huge, again, you're going to buy Magic cards anyway, so get that kickback. Build a bet bankroll at Sell Your Cards at StarCityGames.com.
Absolutely. And the process of sending your cards in and stuff like that is really great. You got Stephen Green at the helm helping out with all the sales. Him and his team, he does a great job at giving people very fair and good rates.
Sounds great. Top back into our feature match area. We'll see if our players are ready. And if they are, it looks like we're going to battle. We got a mulligan here from Gabriel.
Okay.
And again, Gabriel, a lot of pressure to have a really good hand on the draw here.
Yeah, and Gabriel, the rest of the Boros Energy players, they are doing quite well. But for this particular individual Boros Energy player to remain undefeated, got to have something really nice go on. And it looked like Leo kept the opener.
Yeah, so no Lotus Bloom, but a trainer and then no 1-drop for Gabriel's got to look really good for Leo.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And just the utterly best 2-drop that you can have in this matchup too. So the only thing Leo's really missing is that Lotus Bloom to suspend on, last turn to be able to time that out for turn 4.
All right, so picks up an MDFC land. Of course, a spell on the front. You just leave it on the back because that's what's going to be most of the time. But
yeah.
So fetch line crack for Gabriel. Gets a super nice Ice Age Plains. That is an A+ basic land choice.
I like that one.
And let's see what the turn 2 play is. It is another Voice of Victory. And if this gets answered, oh boy.
Yeah, so there goes a Thunder Trap Trainer, and Jim, you wouldn't believe it. I see another Thunder Trap Trainer in hand for Leo.
Wow, yeah, fantastic. So of course, a must counter because that will be off with the Voice of Victory in play. But now really stymieing the clock, getting set up, 17 life, things looking fantastic for Leo to move up to 8-0 here, which would be an excellent start in this tournament. But still a lot of game to go. We ain't there yet.
Yeah, this is just, everything's going absolutely perfect for Leo so far. Like, you could not script it any better. We have that blue-white land that can be played. You can play this blue-black land. So the one, maybe minor thing is that's 2 tap lands. But if Leo's follow-up is remotely decent, this is kind of a trivial game 3, I would say.
So no attack in true combo player fashion.
Oh, yeah.
I have no interest in your crude combat mechanisms, all right?
I'm playing around Galvanic Discharge plus Dash Ragavan. Thank you very much.
I have no interest in your crude combat tactics. I'm a combo player. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying here, because combo players do one thing and that's what they want to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, my breach deck could attack every once in a while, Jim.
It's true.
Yeah.
Those are the good combos.
This one does not attack very well,
yeah.
I will say.
Yeah. I mean, if you bring the island in, and it's not a guaranteed shot, maybe you'll want to chip in and hedge your bets a little bit, but I would be hard-pressed to imagine the island being in the deck.
I mean, we're in Vegas. You got to do a little bit of gambling, you know?
Just bring it in to feel something.
Just to feel something. I like that.
All right, so 3 mana.
Blood Moon could be real.
All right, so Blood Moon comes down in a game where there is no. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
And see you later. Get rid of Flusterstorm more than likely. Never need that card.
Yeah, whatever. Blue card, Fugitive Wizard, whatever you want.
Yeah, it's always Flusterstorm.
Wow. A blue card's a blue card's a blue card.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now only 2 more cards though. One of them was a Dimir Tapland. If the other one's Belcher, great. But you know, all this being said, that is a low amount of cards for Leo. So if the business is not there, Gabriel has some time, but needs it. Tameshi realistically doesn't do anything. It's time to get busy.
All right, so you're correct. It was a tactical. I'm going to play around a removal spell Ragavan. It was not just I'm a combo player. I don't want to attack, but I'm going to live my own world, and I'm going to keep it.
You always do, buddy.
I do. It's not too bad in my world.
No, it's nice in there. Yeah,
it's nice.
A little hectic, but.
All right, so back Gabriel's way. There is a mountain of work to do here. Now, Tameshi, there is no Lotus Bloom, so it's 2-3. You know, I mean, at this point with 4 power in play, maybe you do want to start attacking and kind of, get things rolling here. But
it likely makes Whir of Invention a win as well.
Yep.
Because you have, the white mana from the Lotus Bloom, that Seagate Restoration there, whatever the backside is. You pick up all 4 cards. You're going to draw 1 additional card. You cast the Seagate Restoration, draw 6, and you usually have enough mana to find Belcher. So I think Whir of Invention is still lethal if Leo can find that, but just drawing Lotus Bloom alone, not good enough. You need it in the graveyard. Putting it on suspend is like, okay, I'll win in 3 turns, but then Gabriel has so much time to interact with the Tameshi.
All right, so Gabriel tap these 2 wonderful SH Plains for an Ajani. Pretty good card. It's the terror of the Arena Cube for the last
I was thinking it as well.
Month.
Yeah.
Better than Lotus, better than Recall.
Oh, you're just angering people now, Jim.
I mean, the truth hurts. I'm mad too.
Honestly, though, realistically, Paul has probably already talked all about this on the broadcast as he got to rank 2 and he lived there, but couldn't pass the streamer DeFore. Yeah.
Yep. All right, so Johnny token, mana up, no land for Gabriel. Back Leo's way. 4 mana in play. And just going to pass
like
the
a pass, yeah.
All right, so end step discharge on the Tameshi. We see
that is Belcher. Interesting.
His hand is into the Flood Mob Belcher, yeah. So
I think I would jam that, right? There's not a lot of ways to actually deal with it. I mean, the Shatter, of course.
Yeah.
You got shattered out of the last game, so you're a little gun-shy to try to do it again, I suppose.
Yeah, what are you waiting for?
3 more lands, I suppose.
That's a long way.
That is a long way. And now the Into the Flood Maw has to interact here if you want to do something, but looks like it has resolved.
Okay. For a game that started out so well for Leo, this game is unraveling a little bit. I mean, you might see Leo cast Belcher, untap, win the game.
Or you could see Belcher get cast, Shatter go on the stack, and Leo be put in a position where they could actually lose this game and match.
All right, so Fetchland shocking in. More things to do here. We're going to see a Goblin Bombardment, and that drastically ups the clock.
Oh, my. This is really brutal because I think Leo had to respond to that voice to just bounce the cat. Bouncing the cat doesn't destroy the cat, so Johnny doesn't flip.
Right.
But now it is going to flip, and the clock is now outrageous. Like, this is the correct block because now you're going to take 0. Johnny's going to flip. But yeah, I didn't love not playing the Belcher, and then if you're not going to play the Belcher, I didn't love not floodmawing the cat to prevent this exact scenario.
Yeah, and the problem is that say you want to play Belcher next turn, now you can't floodmaw once again. So floodmaw is rotting in hand. So All right, so we see the very potent combination of a Johnny Planeswalker plus Goblin Bombardment. Going to deal a lot of damage. The voice also providing some tokens too. So this is going to be a pretty fast clock over the next turn or two.
This is where I, loosely drop a Belcher onto the table and I say go.
All right, Belcher and a prayer.
If Gabriel top decks this, Leo's going to look back and be like, no, come on. Like, why didn't I go for it the turn before? Because this is not enough for a lethal attack here. So if Gabriel doesn't have the 2 pieces of interaction for it, we are all done here, pending an island in the deck. I hope it's there just for the sweat.
I hope it's there as the 15th card. So it doesn't actually affect the outcome, but it's still pretty cool.
Okay. And then Gabriel Lightning Helix is like, no! It's Lightning Helix.
All right, so.
I mean, this is the look of someone who's like, I don't have lethal. I'm going to die to that.
Yeah.
From Gabriel.
Yeah, this is a fairly deterministic. It's just a Belcher. You just activate it, and then you win. No Storm combo here. No weird Neoformer Amulet lines.
Yeah.
This is just 3 mana, win the game.
I mean, this is the power of Belcher. The fact that it is a 1-card combo. 1-card combos are the most powerful things you can possibly have. Now, this 1-card combo comes with a big deck restraint. That's the biggest thing.
All right, here's Ocelot Pride. And of course, each creature will make a Johnny's ability to do a little bit more damage. And
Okay.
this also is more fodder for the Goblin Bombardment, but
This is an Ascension as well. Ooh. Yeah, okay, you'll Ascend right now.
oh yeah, so Ascension, that's a bunch more tokens at the end.
Yeah, this could be lethal.
All right.
Because you just block whatever. One there. One on the 2/1 cat. You got to block on that 2/1 cat because you still have the red permanent. So right now, Leo just took an unnecessary 1 damage. I don't know if it's necessarily going to matter, but a Johnny comes down, deals 4 upstairs, and then you have exactly 4? Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, well, we were going to have... No, we didn't gain life. I think we could have soaked up 1 more damage there, right?
Yeah.
Blocking the cat?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, it might have been enough anyway. The Ocelot Pride was going to be making a cat token, 2 warrior tokens, but... Whoa.
Did we gain life?
Johnny, right?
Johnny doesn't gain life.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I don't think Ocelot Pride was going to actually
Right.
put counters in there. So I think if you block the 2/1, you're at 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Or if we played the Belcher earlier. So, I mean, everything could have changed. You're playing around certain cards. But I think that may have been a missed opportunity there for Leo.
Yeah, for sure. And then I wanted to play around, with the Belcher.
Yeah.
Got a little burned, and,
Yeah.
and there it is. So
Magic's hard. Magic's so hard.
Magic is tough. Still doing great, though.
Yeah.
7-1, phenomenal record. And we have a Boros Energy player who's 8-0. Going to be playing for undefeated next round.
Maybe multiple of them.
Which is pretty exciting. So I believe that's going to do it here for round number 8 in Las Vegas at the Regional Championship. You're not going to want to miss round 9.
You will not.
Round 9 is where dreams are made. We got win-and-ins. We got players playing for 9-0. I'll be there. Corey will be there. And you'll be there, too.
Hit all the buttons.
Okay.
What did Brian do? No.
All right, folks, welcome back to fabulous Las Vegas here. SGCon Vegas, the regional championship. I'm Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister. We got round 9 coming up. We got table 1 for you. We have the undefeated players, 2 undefeated players battling out table 1. We have 5 total undefeated players, right?
Yeah, 5 total players, so one of them is playing down. But, yeah, we could potentially have 3 undefeated players going into the end of the tournament, which I feel is a little high, but 1,400 players at the event. That can happen.
It's a big one. So let's look at those standings right now and see who those players are. And we got, there you go, 5 undefeated. I'm sorry, 6 undefeated players. Henry, don't want to undersell Henry here, playing just guy mid-range at 7-0-1. But 5 8-0s. We got some killers here.
Yeah, so we got, some great players. Ryan Mullins, known as Burnt Taco Online, a very fabulous player. Alan Wu, needs no introduction, as well as Ryan Bellamy, the amulet expert most of the time. And then we do have that one amulet deck as far as decks go at undefeated. There is one Jeskai mid-range deck. It's not Jeskai Blink. It is very much different from that. But then 2 Boros Energies, a Simic Ritual, and Espergoria. So good spread of kind of the top decks here at our undefeated.
Yeah, big story, the resurgence of Boros Energy. From being beaten down at the Pro Tour to now coming right back up. Can't keep a good deck down. The cards are phenomenal. The deck is phenomenal. Really good stuff.
Totally agree. And then look at 13th place, 7th place, and then we're going to kind of group it with 6th place. We've seen the deck list for Henry. It is closer to that Is It Metalcraft. It just has Flage as well. So that is 3 decks on our top screen here with the new keyword Metalcraft as our breakout deck. This deck didn't really exist going into this weekend. Now, it's not, the most outrageously brand new deck or anything like that, but it is Opal, Tameo, Emery style package with Corey Steelcutter and Riddler as this new kind of creative deck. Nick Miller did a deck tech on this a little bit earlier that we saw as well. So really cool deck. Excited to see how far it can go.
Yeah, Metalcraft, not only the name of the mechanic, but honestly the crafting of a deck, kind of taking just different parts of, some old parts of the Breach deck, take part of Affinity, take part of this, kind of putting all together into a new shell, which is really, really cool to see.
Well said, well said.
So we've got our page 1 here. Page 2 here to show us players that are still well in the hunt. We have a ton of players at 7-1, a phenomenal record. These players looking to go 8-1, which would be a great place to be in day 2. 7-2 is still a great place to be as well. So what do you see on this page?
Yeah, a lot of different decks, deck diversity there. I see Ivan Espinoza in 22nd place, always going really deep. Ended up being a part of that Jeskai mid-range deck, testing teammates as well as best friends with Vinny Fino. They both kind of went their different ways and played their air quotes pet deck. And Ivan, doesn't matter if he's playing his pet deck, the deck he picked up off the side of the street, whatever, he's going to be playing it well. He's going to be high in the standards, as well as another notable name, Mason B, there in 25th place, made the top 8 of the last Pro Tour as well.
Amulet Titan Masters, you can't keep him down,
You can't.
Unless they swap decks, like what's going to be our Table 1 feature match this round. We have a Ryan Mirror. So we have Ryan Belmay, who's been really just crushed him the last few years. Awesome seeing him grow up from being a little 12-year-old kid, at these SG Tour events, trying to make day 2 to now
being a 17-year-old kid that's still crushing all the tournaments.
Stone Cold Killer.
He's so good.
Usually an Amulet Titan master. We've seen Ryan almost exclusively play Amulet Titan in Modern. Swapping decks here to Simic Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, absolutely. It really shows the range of a great player of his caliber, in which I am 0-3 against lifetime. No big deal.
Yeah, I mentioned that a few times, yes.
And it still hurts, Jim.
We see here Coiling Oracle and Friends, this new kind of Simic Birthing Ritual deck. Corey, talk me through what Fibblethip and Coiling Oracle are doing in my Modern tournament.
I got to say, I like Coiling Oracle and Friends as a deck list. Maybe we can see if Nick Miller will correct that one. But Birthing Ritual is the plan here. You are this blue-based value deck where you're trying to get Coiling Oracle, Fibblethip, Ice Fang, Quaddle, any of those things down, start ritualing them away, and find your way into an Abhorrent Oculus, very, very quickly. You technically can do it extremely fast. You could do it on turn 2 if you had consigns, but whatever. We're getting lost in the weeds. Turn 3 to be able to sneak in an Abhorrent Oculus while playing a bunch of free counter spells and Harbinger of the Seas to shut down non-basic lands as well. So really cool deck. It is the Blink killer as well as an Amulet killer. But the matchup we're going to see it against, it's not good against, we'll say the least.
Yeah, definitely a lot of interaction and a lot of I'm going to take that mid-range next level.
Yes.
Go really high up. But as you do that, you lose points against the more aggressive decks. And we see here one of the classic aggressive decks in Modern, played by Ryan Mullins. This is just Boros energy through and through. You've seen this deck a million times. Ragavan and Friends, Ocelot Pride. Nothing too crazy with this deck list, right? Yeah,
nothing too crazy. Stockish of the stock, but it is just extremely well set up against ritual decks. The ritual decks, like an Abhorrent Oculus, making a couple creatures here is all fine and good, but all these free counter spells, if you're using your 2-for-1 counter spells to deal with Ocelot Pride, because you have to, because the card's unbeatable in this matchup, and then your opponent's just like, okay, and then they play a Johnny. You're like, well, that's it. We saw 3 Stern Scoldings in the sideboard for Bellamy, so those are kind of the anti-aggro elements, as well as a couple of dismembers in the main, but very much a favorable matchup here for Ryan's Mullen.
Yeah, we see the 2 copies of Dismember in Ryan Bellamy's deck as a way to kind of kill creatures. We have seen Fatal Push Splash some of these Simic decks kind of as a nod to the fact these matchups are a little bit tough. Ryan Bellamy does not have that, so we're going to see how this one plays out.
Or I've seen Gemstone Caverns in the board to try to steal back the play, trying to do anything they can to fight the Boros mid-range. Horrific matchup.
All right, so we're going to see. We got table 1, Ryan Bellamy, Ryan Mullins. Let's pop down to our feature match area for one last time here on day number 1. SGCon Las Vegas, the last regional championship of the year. On top, Ryan Bellamy, and what are we doing?
I think as the kids are doing, they're setting up the 6-7, Jim. That, I believe, is what they were trying to do, but then got interrupted by having to play Magic. That's just my guess.
Corey, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a number, and then it's one more than the number.
I'm going to stop you. All right, so we got Ryan Bellamy on top here, Ryan Mullins on the bottom, Simic Birthing Ritual, Boros Energy, Table 1, 8-0, Las Vegas Regional Championship. This is our last RC of the year. These players trying to get to the Pro Tour, trying to get to the Worlds, trying to win a fat stack of cash here in Las Vegas, playing some Magic cards.
Playing some Magic, gotta love it. And Ocelot Pride on the play is already devastating, as there is not a ton that you can do. Bellamy winning the play is huge. That is basically a must. But, Ice Fang Coatl to come down and block this one doesn't feel so good, Jim.
Yeah, it's tough. The first, it's funny because Ryan Bellamy's deck is actually quite good against Ragavan. There are a lot of throwaway 1/1s, but Ocelot Pride's first strike making things tough. So Ryan sends away a Harbinger off a Scry. I guess I can't say Ryan and Ryan, right? So
yeah,
there we go. Bellamy throws away the Harbinger off a Scry. Mullins is going to be mulling over turn number 2.
Beautiful.
And that is also a nice play. So you've got some quality lands in the feature match area today, I got to say.
Yes, a lot of people with great taste. And, Ryan's Mullins, I got first introduced to them online. Burnt Taco 77 plays a lot of the same type of decks that I like to play, so we bonded over that, chatted over different sideboard slots and stuff like that. Incredibly smart player, and we've seen him do amazing work at a lot of these tournaments. We haven't seen that big breakthrough, but always in the conversation of top 16, and we'll have to double check. I think Ryan might have qualified for the Pro Tour from Houston as well. I know he was going deep with, I believe, the same deck as well. Or is it prowess, actually?
All right, so Mullins resolves a nope, never mind. I'm going to say thank God, because Goblin Bombardment is a disaster for Bellamy's deck. Just everything has 1 toughness, just destroying everything. So Ice Fang into Force Negation takes care of that one. The Pride did hit, so the cats are starting to come. Ice Fang gets in. Here's a Birthing Ritual.
Okay.
Not a bad place to be, looking for an Oculus.
I mean, an Oculus right here, and all of a sudden we are definitely putting advantage to Ryan, and the eye is here.
Great Eye is ever watchful. 5-5, a 2-2 is coming, and this is absolutely monstrous. And now a huge pressure on Mullins to be able to deal with this. If 1 turn goes by, the Oculus is not dealt with. that's almost game over.
Agreed. There is Thraben Charm to be able to deal with it. Some combination of Galvanic Discharge with some extra energy. There's one Static Prison, so there is some answers, but Flage alone is not enough. So, and yeah, it won't be dealt with this turn. So, as we were saying in the intro, fantastic matchup for the Simic Birthing Ritual deck. I don't think I said anything else, right?
Yeah, I mean, as we often say, everyone's got a plan to get punched in the face.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
A turn 3 Oculus is good in any format, and now that's going to stop the beatdowns. Voice of Victory comes down, as does Ragavan, but the aggression has halted, and now Ryan gets to untap. Now, I would say with protection, but Voice of Victory will turn that element off. But still, Oculus is huge, going to chomp it for some damage, keep making blockers. And now if Ryan can just produce a blocker or two here, get the ritual going, that's all looking phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. You said a lot of Ryans there, so I'm hoping you were talking about the right side there, but I was following you.
Sounds good. All right, so we see...
oh, what's better than one eye, Jim?
Two,
yes. That is correct.
That is, okay. That is fantastic. So, had to flip to get the actual mana value on the card. There's Oculus number 2. Oculus number 1 stays home.
Yeah, that is telling about how, you're not really in a position to get it done yet. But all this being said, if Ryan Mullins is able to go like a Ajani into Goblin Bombardment, we are still looking amazing here.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's no attack there. I think at 17 life with 3 other blockers, the game's going to close pretty quick. Maybe maybe Bellamy's just saying, I'll attack for 10 and then 10, and just kind of go for it that way.
I think basically because you're playing around having exactly one Thraben Charm to deal with the one blocker, and then you put yourself in an awkward position. But yeah, I agree. It could have went the other way for sure.
All right, so we see a Guide of Souls, a really quality collection of creatures here from Mullins. City's Blessing has been achieved.
But no life gained as that Guide of Soul came in after the Pyromancer. So gonna get the Oscillate Pride going to town. Oh, now, of course, you can just throw away your Voice of Victory here, which is a real cost.
Yeah, that's a heavy cost.
But you do gain 2 energy here, and Oscillate Pride now puts 2 cats into play and 2 warriors.
All right, so there's your warriors coming in off the old Mobilize. Ryan is done for turn, put a land, all tapped out, so, sorry, Mullins. Bellamy can safely block.
And I want everyone to know that Jim and I were like, we really wanted to see how this matchup interacts, and maybe we've made a grave mistake with 2 Ryans here. We're going to butcher this all day, I feel.
No, we're good. From this point on, the word Ryan is banned in this booth. Right?
Okay,
so
gotcha.
Right? All right, so 4 energy, and here come, so the onslaught's coming. Here come the cats. No mobilized tokens.
Shouldn't there still be the warriors, though, I believe?
Now, is it all part of one trigger? So you can't miss half of it, correct?
Yeah, that's what I would think as well. Unless we're missing something, I think that should be some extra warriors. And we see the judge hovering over there. Maybe we are, and I see ready to stop. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, judges. This is exactly what we want. We want to see, and maybe I have this wrong as well, but I believe there should be 2 more tokens.
Yeah, I know there are times where when you create a copy of a token that has a certain characteristic, or if it would die end of turn, that characteristic can carry over. Sometimes I don't know if that's the case, also Pride or not, but
I know you get to keep those normally.
Okay.
Through the Voice of Victory clause, but yeah, maybe I could be wrong.
Okay, so we see, like we were saying last turn, Bellamy deciding to go, you know what, I'll attack for 10 and then 10 again, and then has another Oculus. So what's better than 2 eyes, Corey?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either,
3, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then 3 more manifests. So the board is absolutely flooded here, and with Bellamy at 17 life, things are looking unbeatable, frankly.
Absolutely.
Because even if Mullins is able to deal with one of the Oculi, 2 more still come in, and that'll do it. Now, Mullins could gain a bunch of life here. Guide of Souls, make some more tokens with Oslo Pride and friends, but a lot to do to even just stay alive, let alone beat this army of Oculus.
Yep, absolutely. And chat really helping out here. Tokens have to be alive at end step for you to get them. So even if you would sacrifice them with Voice of Victory, you still get them because they're there. But if they were blocked and they don't exist, you don't get them. So, yep, makes a lot of sense. Thank you, chat.
All right, so getting some more manifest tokens out of here. There we go, all marked.
And all that being said, after, you know, minor judge thing there. The eyes will be able to get this done. Looks like there's one galvanic, but just an army of grizzly bears, and you never know if the fourth eye is underneath one of those manifests. And this more than likely isn't enough to be able to stay alive. Maybe there's another Thraben Charm to deal with one more Oculus, or Goblin Bombardment to deal with one more, but I think the damage is done.
Yeah, so noting the numbers on here, you do need to keep track of which face-down card came in at which time. That's why those are numbered. So we know that, you know, the number 1 was the first one to come in, obviously. So you can't do the shell game.
Yes.
My first game ever playing with Morph at like the Legion's pre-release.
Yeah.
I like played like a Morph and did a shell game. And my opponent was like, I don't think you could do that. To call the judge, and yeah, you can't do that. Gotta
yeah.
So
I played the finals of a Grand Prix once where it was a manifest mirror, essentially, green-white devotion mirror, which anyone who had the great joy of watching that will remember it because it was the longest finals in GP history, and I got 2-0'd. But it was like we each had 8 manifests or so they were out of manifest tokens. They started writing them on paper. Like, it was an absolute mess, I'll tell you that.
It does sound messy. So Bellamy going to check all the current manifests that are here, looking for the fourth Oculus, and we get a flip. Oh, I'm sorry, blocking.
Yes, there we go.
So Ragavan comes in, gets blocked. Just going to trade off with one of the manifests, I suppose.
Yep.
Okay. All right, back Bellamy's way. Here's an Ice Fang. Draw a card. Setting up for another ritual.
Yep, and the one Oculus to be able to get in there to put Ryan down to 4, but the rest of the attacks, not enough to push through. I mean, you definitely could think about attacking with the rest of the 2/2s, but Bellamy just playing this nice and slow, keep the ritual value going, and it's tough to lose from this point.
Corey, you got to put a quarter in the jar.
I did. Oh, dang it. Okay. At least I'm only at like a quarter. You know, you're at like a full $20. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's the fourth Oculus. You know what? What's better than I'm done. I'm out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Oculus, 2 more manifests, and Mullins, even just dealing with 2 Oculi is pretty impressive. But the full 4. Couldn't ask for more.
No kidding. Having the play as well from Bellamy, that is huge. And stealing game 1 here, Bellamy's got to be ecstatic because post-board, I think it does get a little bit better. Mullins isn't going to change a lot, but Bellamy's going to bring in Stern Scolding. Stern Scolding is phenomenal in this matchup. Stern Scolding, Spell Snare, any of those 1-mana counter spells that has an effective way to trade up with the Johnnies and stuff like that. That's what you really need to be doing.
One brave Ocelot Pride.
To rule them all.
Oh, I love it. Bellamy says, I will block with every single thing. All of them.
Yes.
That Ocelot Pride is not going to die a horrible death because Mullins says, you know what, I'm just going to back out.
But
here.
First, it's going to scratch.
Yeah.
It's going to scratch first.
Yeah. So a really, really impressive game from Bellamy. I got to make sure you show what those manifests are, though. We got to make sure those are all,
you do, yes.
actual manifests, you know.
We got to keep this, and here they go. Flip them up.
Fantastic. So, yeah, great stuff from Bellamy.
Mullins is like, I don't care. I get it. I get it.
All right, so going over to our sideboard, Ryan Mullins on the bottom has 1 Blood Moon, 2 Celestial Purge, 3 Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Meltdown, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 The Legend of Roku, 1 Vexing Bauble, 2 Rare Tear, and 2 Wrath of the Skies.
I really like the Wear Tears. Just Tear is phenomenal because the ritual is end step, so if you can nab that before you head to the end step, that's going to be amazing. Outside of that, I don't think you the Vexing Bauble. You definitely want the 1 Vexing Bauble. There's a lot of free counter spells. You could get a little frisky with the Legend of Roku. I mean, you're 8-0. You're feeling good. Maybe get that 4-mana new card in and flex on all of us. Probably not going to happen, but I really like those 3 cards, and only bringing in 3 cards is very telling to me that, this is a pretty good matchup.
I will advise to the audience that if you are 8-0 down a game in the regional championship, it's not the time to get frisky.
Really?
You know,
okay.
I'll just play a good, clean game here, all right?
Okay.
And then on Bellamy's side,
Jim doesn't like fun. More news at 11.
And then we see 3 Consigned Memory, 1 Endurance, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Gemstone Caverns, 1 Harbinger of the Seas, 4 Mystical Dispute, and 3 Fool of a Took.
What?
Stern Scolding.
Okay.
You've seen Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I've seen it once or twice, I guess.
Not
all
all
right.
times.
Yeah, apparently not. Stern Scolding, that's really all I like. And then outside of that, if we go to Game 3, that Gemstone Cavern's coming in as well. But not a lot here. Stern Scolding is great, don't get me wrong, but it's really hard to think, like, okay, what are the cards that I absolutely need against Boros Energy? You would think sweepers, right? What good sweepers are there? I guess you could have EE, you could have some engineered explosives, or you splash. You bring in Pyroclasms in the red. You know, you bring in the Golgari Ritual to deal with it from Sultai decks that we've seen. Either way, none of the answers are great from Simic, and that's why this matchup is a little tough.
As we saw Bellamy crush game 1.
I'm just saying how it normally is, but yes.
I agree. That was definitely exactly what Bellamy wanted to do. Turn 3 Oculus, get that going, and then rolling in Oculus into Oculus into Oculus. So
yeah.
We're going to roll right into our newsletter.
Oh, let's do it.
Corey, if you want to stay updated with every single thing Magic related, where do you want to go?
You got to get this newsletter. This newsletter, like you were saying, Jim, they don't really spam you or anything like that. It's a minor amount of information, but being able to know what the next regional championship or spotlight is, which it will be Atlanta for our next one in January, what kind of sale you have going on, or the most recent set, or any of the sets that you want to order some product or get some pre-orders in, the newsletter has everything for you. So head on over to starcitygames.com/newsletter to sign up today and join in on all the fun. We're signed up. You should be too.
I've been for over a decade.
Yeah. Wow.
Long time on that one.
No kidding. Yep.
Back in the old SGG Tour days. Good stuff.
You did pretty well on those tours, huh? Do you know exactly how many top 8s you have from the good old days? I never lived on this coast during those times.
Two made it count.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. What a flex.
I know Nick Miller still has the stats somewhere. And
yeah.
I remember like looking it over with him. You know, it's me, Ross, Todd Anderson. Also, the one-day opens, like Jerry Thompson.
Yeah.
They had a lot too, but I kind of, it was a little before my time as far as getting heavily into the tour.
I know my blood had the #1 top 8 conversion record. Mr. Brad Nelson, he had dominated the old tour, but yeah, you did phenomenal as well. But yeah, I believe that data's been, scrubbed from the internet. That, maybe you can see like still inscriptions on cobblestone of your record and stuff like that, but I think that's all that's left.
In the dark times before, there was a tour named the SGT Tour. Team MGG and friends.
Go on.
Anyone Team MGG? someone in chat knows.
I've never heard of it, but, I'll believe you.
All right, so we see Ryan Mullins with a Scryline on turn 1 and no 1-drop, binning 8th Raven Charm.
Okay.
Bellamy firing off at the fetch line and just passing back, so a little bit of a passive start here.
Yeah, not having a 1-drop from Mullins is a little brutal, but, you don't always have it.
Mullins looking for the best way to proceed here. A lot of, free counter spells to work through, Stern Scolding, cheap counter spells, and figuring out how to best play. I think Stern Scolding is the card to think about right now.
Gotta be. So if I'm Mullins, what I'd want to be doing is double 1-drop, but if you don't have that option, play your worst 1-drop is my general heuristic here, and I would start with the worst of the 1-drops. Not necessarily rocket science, but maybe not fully intuitive. Like if I have Guide plus Ocelot Pride or a Johnny, I'm doing this, All
right, so Guide comes down first, and both Guide and Ragavan resolve. Let's get a life, let's get an energy, and let's get a pretty good board state. Pass it back over. Going Bellamy's way. We'll see end step. I can only assume a little hedge maze action. So Mullins passed the Stern Scolding test.
And we did see one person in chat that knows Team MGG. It's a woman by the name of Lady of the Crease, though, but they're not saying that their vote counts. You familiar?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. Sounds like a hockey player. All right, so Maze will keep the card on top. And going back Bellamy's way. Now, Bellamy really needs to take some proactive action here. Can't let these cards snowball out of control, which the Boros cards are so good at doing.
Yeah, like a Quaddle here is actually not bad. But if Mullins is able to get 3 energy, boost the Ragavan into the air, that shuts off that line. There's Dismembers that you can find if Mullins puts all of their eggs into one basket, a.k.a. boosts up the Ragavan, a.k.a. your best creature here. So a lot of different things to play around from both sides. And without perfect information, it's just a guessing game.
Yeah, Bellamy's deck, very, very tricky.
Very, very tricky.
A lot of pitfalls, a lot of ways to kind of slide into the wrong. Oops, I should have done this, but they had that, and vice versa. So we're going to see how Mullins wants to play it and navigate through. Looking pretty good so far. Fetch first, then a Johnny.
This is the test. This is becoming too much of a battlefield, and this is not necessarily the best way to answer it. I mean, that's a snap put on top. You're always fine with the Johnny, but hey, the old flash snake here would look excellent against Ragavan if there's not a removal spell.
All right, so we did see the fetch first. So Galvanic Discharge or removal spell could clean this up.
Yep.
We will see what comes down. Almost in a shuffle. This player's been playing all day. Here's Ice Fang. There's Discharge. Great exchange for Mullins.
Yep.
Energy goes up. Damage is done. Ragavan will reveal a Otawara, so
okay.
no good there, just a treasure.
Perfectly reasonable, and of course, unless this was said very awkwardly, the Guide of Souls trigger goes away, and then you flash in Quaddle, unless you play Quaddle first with the ability on the stack. Wouldn't recommend that, as you could then jump one of these creatures.
All right, so we see 3 mana for a Shardless Agent.
There we
go.
go.
We have not seen for a while.
Oh
my God.
And that's the worst thing, because like you want to try to avoid playing counter spells like that because of this horrific scenario, and like that's why there's 4 of Mystical Disputes in the board, something you can't cascade into.
Yeah.
But Stern Scolding and Consigns, you just run that risk, and it gives you complaint equity at dinner.
Yeah, so Cascade, not like Discover, the more recent version of Cascade. You cast it or you lose it, and you don't want to cast Stern Scolding because that Shardless Agent is still on the stack. It is a legal target. You can cast a Stern Scolding on the Shardless Agent. You don't want to do that, though. So now we see a Flying Angel Ragavan, and going to hit a miss.
Not a miss, because you can actually play a Johnny, and if there's a counter spell, you can sink it to stupor it.
That is true.
Yeah, so this Johnny has a little counter spell insurance here. So not so bad, but you don't exactly want to sink it to stupor the Shardless Agent and give Bellamy a better chance at hitting something spicy here.
All right, so, oh boy, Pyromancer. This war is getting out of control, and one thing that Blue-Green is not known well for is sweepers, is cleaning things like this up. So Mullins off to a fantastic start. Bellamy, all the spots that were hit in game 1 are not being hit here in game number 2.
Yeah, and this is what this matchup normally looks like. I have played a good chunk of, honestly, both decks. Maybe not, Boros Energy isn't necessarily my style, but I love the Simic Ritual deck. So I played a good chunk of this, and every time I play against Oscillate Pride, I feel so dejected, basically immediately. It can be very tricky.
All right, so we're going to see a fetch. There's the maze. So we got 6 creatures in play for Mullins, 4 energy, a large flying Ragavan, can jump the next token, and there's all right, so there's an Oculus. Oculus is definitely the place where you want to start, and we're going to see a fetch on the end step.
Any kind of disruption, and we're basically all done here. The Elegant Parlor flipping a Flage is basically GG, Thraben Charm, Static Prison, all this kind of stuff. Goblin Bombardment, of course.
Yep. Yeah, this is definitely a Hail Mary Oculus. Ryan getting a Surveil on. Board's looking great.
Ooh, you did another quarter.
Ooh.
Ah.
All right, I'm up to 250.
Yep. Jim is broke.
How'd you know? All right, got to keep it on top. That's not a good sign. Oh, nope.
I'm still tanking.
Maybe thinking it through.
It's like, this wins, right? Let's double check the math. Let's not make a mistake on camera, that type of thing.
I prefer to put the card askew in some way to show that I'm thinking about the surveils.
Okay.
I feel like putting it back immediately back the way it's supposed to be is,
I also do it, completely flipped. Yeah, that's the way I do it.
90-degree turn just to show that card is not sure where it's going yet.
I just take the high road, and I just don't think this much. I just look, and first initial reaction, top or graveyard, solves everything.
Or you just bin it every time.
Smart.
Your top card, next card could just be the card you want or anything else.
Exactly. Even if it's the best card, the one below it could be that card as well, and you don't want to draw 2, right? So that's just mathematics.
All right. Ryan's thinking it through. God, Mullins thinking it through. I should have made that rule.
I mean, people lose all their money in Vegas all the time, but this is a very obscure way to lose it all here, Jim.
I come home, Yeah, sorry, honey. I lost it all.
Lost it all.
Poker, blackjack, what you playing?
Nah,
No.
round 9 of the RC.
Yeah, the Ryan mirror. We asked for it, and we were like, this is going to be a great match table. We want to watch this one. And ate us alive.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got some splaining to do.
All right, so we got more energy, just everything going on here for Mullins. Now, Oculus is good. Are we ready to see it's the full Leroy here, sending the clowns?
I would think so. If we don't have anything else, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, the 2 guides get to jump 2 things, like.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Let me send the. I don't even know what you said in the air, honestly. I mean, 2 things in the air is at least 8-ish.
I mean, 3 in the air because the Ragavan's already in the air.
Right. Well, I mean, once they get blocked by Oculus, but
yeah.
Like, it just send all? It just has to be lethal, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, this isn't the spot to speed up. As much as we joke around here, you know, players that get into this spot, your fellow teammates, Reed, Duke, they slow down. You know, the greatest players, they slow down and they say, like, how can I lose this? What can I do to punt this? And then you make sure to avoid that. So we can think, like, oh, what would you – oh, my God. Is that just the swollest Ragavan ever?
Yes.
That is not what I expected, but I love this.
Me either. So Mullins deciding that it's time to go tall. So all of the counters from the energy go onto the Ragavan, making it an absolutely monstrous 8-7 flying monkey pirate.
This is huge brain because look at these attacks. Like, no matter what, the Ragavan has to get chumped by the Oculus. I guess you could let the Elemental through and take the Ragavan and go to 1. That was one other option, but that was an awesome play. That is probably not what I would have done, but now you think, you can't dismember it. How do you kill that from the Simic side? There's literally 1 petty theft. Otherwise, that is just an unkillable 8-7 Ragavan. That is a first for me. Check that off the bingo card.
Now, I will say that this does play a little weakly into Ice Fang Coddle.
Yes.
You know, so going kind of big. And honestly, going wide doesn't really get punished from Bellamy's deck very poorly, right?
Yeah,
you know,
actually, now that I take that back, sorry to interrupt you there, the cat couldn't have been blocked because Johnny flips and then you win. So that was a forced block from Mullins. You know when you put your opponent into a forced block situation, you thought it through and you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I'm still curious if the full send spreading the counters out was lethal or not, but we're going to see some rituals here. And now it's time to go to the end step and take a little look at these top cards. What can these Shardless agents become? All right,
okay.
Oculus is a good start.
Looks like a chump blocker to me.
That's trigger number 1. Honestly, an Ice Fang here wouldn't be too shabby. I mean...
Okay, that's a better chump blocker.
Yeah, okay.
Not bad.
So now...
Now we're going to have 3 blockers and take 2. I mean, yeah, this is not lethal yet. We got to have some stuff going on. It looks like we are hellbent. So Ryan needs... Mullins needs a nice one here. Now, the cat's free. It can't be blocked. It's unblockable right now. But, wow, even this Ragavan can get double blocked and taken down?
Yeah, I don't know if I like this go tall plan.
But it was cool. But it
cool.
might not have been correct.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I think this might be a spot where trying to be a little too clever. Yes, it's cool to have a forced block with the Oculus, but the result being like, all right, yeah, that's cool for this turn right now, but what if things, you know, turn next turn, Ice Fang shows up, other Oculus, another blocker.
Yeah.
Because now Ryan, damn it, Bellamy can kind of chump block out of this a little bit to buy some more time.
It's not a chump block. It's you can block with Endurance and Oculus, and you only lose the Oculus and you lose the Ragavan. So right now, I actually think Bellamy is ahead.
I don't know if you want to lose the Oculus.
What?
I think, I mean, you might just jump. There are so many like flying blockers in this deck. There's 2 rituals go. I don't know.
This is a deck that snowballs out of control. The ritual deck with 2 rituals, like I don't think you can get in with Ragavan here. Losing this Ragavan is too good. I agree with Mullins. And I really think Bellamy is ahead here after a game that we thought was comically over, in my opinion.
Showing the power of birthing ritual. So back Bellamy's way. And Mullins, you know, drew a card, didn't play it, which means it's almost assuredly a land. I mean, any creature would have been played, any spell would have been played.
Yep.
So Ragavan out of his sleeve to show it as flying. It is an angel.
Angel monkey, yep. Someone in chat, that is not a monkey, that's an ape now.
Yep.
I don't know if apes fly, but whatever. We'll give you that one, chat.
I missed that day in science class. All right, so we're in the end step. The ritual is going off. Going to look at the cards and decide, nope, I don't want these. So 7 to the bottom. Try again on the next one.
Yeah, and it's like, what do you hit? What do you hit that you're willing to get rid of endurance here? Ice Fang Quaddle is probably the only one, right?
That was there for a second, then pulled back. I agree. Ice Fang looks phenomenal here.
I mean, is there any card that wrecks you with Ice Fang Quaddle not being an endurance? I don't think so. I think this is just an upgrade. I guess Goblin Bombardment, but you're dead to Bombardment anyways.
Yeah. So Ice Fang drop. Get a manifest going.
Oh my God. Is Bellamy doing this?
Looks like it. Oculus. 2 more blockers. Now, there is the fear, of course, that if this Cat Warrior ever dies, Johnny flips.
And the game's over.
Things
Yeah.
get a little scary.
This cat's unblockable right now.
Yeah.
It was last turn. It'll be unblockable this turn. And now Flage is lethal. So more outs are available. And Bellamy does have to clock Mullins in some way. So, I mean, is there any, creature that can... Arboreal Grazer would be the dream underneath one of those manifests, and it's in Bellamy's range to play that card in high numbers. But there is no 1-2 or a 0-3 style creature, so everything would kill the cat. So you have to find a way to deal with the Johnny straight away, which without extra mana to spare, Dismember can't do. So. This cat's unblockable.
Bellamy takes it down to 3, and again, Mullins just plays a land, says go. So it's 1 card in hand, but it's really hard to imagine it's anything but air.
Yeah.
So back Bellamy's way. And now Bellamy, doesn't matter if it's an air. We got 14 cards to look at thanks to these rituals.
And here's the power of this Ragavan holding back. Like, Bellamy has to deal with the cat and the Ragavan to start pushing through damage. So I've never seen a better defensive Ragavan in my entire life, but Mullins might win this game just off a defensive flying Ragavan and attacking with this 2-1 unblockable cat for 2 more turns. Like, I don't see a clear way of how you get out of that at this very moment. Quaddle can start getting in for 1. Sure, you got it.
Yeah, Dismember not looking so hot here at 3 life.
Mm-hmm.
There's Brazen Borrowers.
Sink into Stupors. Sink into Stupors and Brazen Borrow is the cards.
Yep.
They're both great against either the Ragavan or the cat, so that's what we're looking for here.
So the Ice Fang's going to get frisky, get in the red zone, deal a point, and then probably say bye-bye when these rituals go off.
The best card is Fibblefip. It really is, because you can draw two looks at Sink into Stupor.
No, yeah, and then you get sack that one to the next ritual. So
second best, of course, Culling Oracle. And now you get 2 looks at one of the bounce spells.
All right, so Oracle goes off.
Oh,
boy. Love the face
wow.
from Bellamy here. I love that little, okay, that one will play.
Just what I needed, it would seem.
All right, so Sink into Stupor's found. Still a ritual to go through here as well.
I got to say, that one turn where Ragavan went tall, I'm not saying that was a mistake or not. Easily could have been right, easily could have been wrong. It was very complicated. Outside of that, these 2 players have played some phenomenal Magic. We haven't seen Mullins on, at least you and I haven't, a lot, but we've seen a lot of Bellamy, and he's living up to the hype that we've been giving him. Just played clean, tight Magic in the face of some tricky things throughout the day. The Torpor Orb playing around that nicely, and a plethora of other options. Both of the Ryans very much impressing me.
Yeah, cool to see. Both players seem crisp, too. It feels like, usually round 9 can be a little bit of a slog, a little bit of like a test of endurance. Both players are playing crisp.
Yeah.
Great to see 2 high-level players going at it at our table 1, 8-0. This is what Tournament Magic's all about.
They're young. Their brains are still firing on all cylinders. Unlike Jim and I, who have, we've peaked.
It's bedtime.
It's bedtime, absolutely.
All right. So board improves even more. More manifests come down. Whole bunch of stuff in play for Bellamy. That Sink into Stupor is hand and ready to roll. What is that? Is that land Gemstone Caverns?
I believe it is. He was on the draw.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Back to the young brains firing on all cylinders thing.
Bad matchup. Assume you lose game 1, but yeah, you're totally correct.
Yes.
All right. So All right, Bellamy thinking it through.
And I do see, I mean, I believe that is a Brazen Bar in the graveyard. So there is only Sink into Stupors as options.
There are 4. It's a full play set.
Yeah.
Mullins wondering, how did we get here?
Yeah. It's like, why is this Ragavan so tall?
All right, so going to start things off with a
Oscillate
Oscillate
Pride. Okay.
So that does produce some life and energy from these Guide of Souls. That can send another thing in the air.
And a lot of life and a lot of energy, because it's going to be a total of 6 life gained, because you're going to ascend. You're going to put 2 cats into play. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal for sure.
All right. Let's peek at the whole cards here. We are in Vegas after all.
Regional championship competitors, as a reminder, all players with 18 or more match points are invited back to
Okay.
participate in day 2, beginning from
Coiling Oracle. Never thought I'd see the day.
Oh, God. Outside of what? The limited format that, what was it? Dark Ascension? The second one?
That was original Ravnica Guild Pact Ascension, correct?
Okay, gotcha. That's where I first started to learn how to draft.
Okay, so we have a subtlety here. Being pitch cast,
Okay.
not hard cast, because the Sink into Stupor's hand, it must be cast. So pitch cast on subtlety. Going to try and take care of his Oscillate Pride.
And this is Mullins being hellbent, so saying like, hey, this is good right now. Do you want to draw that again? It could also be like, that actually is not a problem, but I want you to think that it's problematic, so you put it back on top, you know? Could easily be something like that.
All right. Goes to the bottom.
Really just looking for Flage or Bombardment, you would think. And now I think you're still priced into Sink into Stuporing the cat. Or you go to 1 and then bounce Ragavan and try to count up lethal, but the number isn't there for me. I think you got to go for it and bounce the cat, and if Mullins has Galvanic Discharge, so be it.
Yeah.
Which he easily could. Like, think how bad Galvanic Discharge is right now outside of killing the cat.
Yeah, there are a lot of looks for Bellamy every turn, so I think I agree.
Yeah.
Just not with this cat get out of hand. We'll find an answer to Ragavan later.
Yeah, you're drawing 3 cards min, basically, you know, as long as you're not really whiffing with the Ritual, which this deck does not whiff off the Ritual very often.
7 cards is a lot.
It is a lot, yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're going to see that Sink into Stupor.
God, it's so tough. And we got to start looking at the clock. If this does go to game 3, Mullins can win in that time. It's a little tougher for Bellamy.
All right, Sink into Stupor, targeting the cat.
Double checking, make sure if it bounces, it doesn't kill it, and it does not kill it.
No. It will cease to be.
Yeah. But hey, judges are your friend. Mullins probably knows that, or at least is pretty sure. Even if you're 99% sure, ask. You're going to get the clock paused. You're going to get your time back. And it's so much worse than not asking because you felt shy or whatever, and then you lose because of it. So judges are your friend, everyone. Call them over. They're all amazingly nice, helpful people, and they only want to help you out.
Hoping an end-step endurance. Yeah, that's the kind of thing where, like, every once in a while you think you know and you get surprised and, oh, it actually does work in your favor.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. I didn't know that one. That's great.
Absolutely.
All right, so endurance flips on the end step off the manifest. And now we see Bellamy Ice Fang Coddle, draw a card. Really getting cooking here.
Mm-hmm. And now, you know, if we can just find, what, like a Flare of Denial or something like that, some kind of interaction here for whatever could be on the top, we're at GG territory, the spot where Mullins maybe can't do anything.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a lot of looks here.
Yeah.
The Ragavan isn't really the problem. The Ragavan is being held back right now. You know, as this game goes on, Bellamy looks better and better and better.
Yeah.
Mullins needs to find a way out here. So, yeah, I agree. 1 flare. Is that flare in the window right there? I think that's flare in the window.
Well, you can't birthing ritual for it. Yeah.
I was getting ahead of myself there. We got to draw a flare off of the.
There you go. So a whiff, a rare whiff after we were just talking about it. So
that one has force. Oh boy.
As I was saying, you whiff with this deck all the time. You know,
that one had force negation in the window. So all right. So Not exactly the end step Bellamy's looking for.
I mean, we only have one card, so the only thing you can really have as interaction is one Stern Scolding in case Mullins were to draw a Johnny number 2. So as far as I'm seeing, Mullins has a rip at Bombardment or Flage for GG right now.
All right. Finish the manifest. The board's getting real messy. The draw for Mullins.
He sat up.
Looking to force the game 3. I'm feeling a Flage here. Nope. How about a Johnny?
That's a Johnny.
All right, so a Johnny can legend rule in and flip the other Johnny.
Have the flare. Okay, yeah, of course. Can still have the flare. You only need one card for that. Yep.
All right, so awesome. Flare sacks a Coiling Oracle. And now I think it might be time for things to get a little frisky.
Yep.
The Oculi are many. The manifests are many. Endurance hanging out. Yeah, this is a messy. Let's clean this up. I agree, Bellamy. Let's go. So we got what? We got 6 manifests, 3 Oculi. So 5, 10, 15. 1 gets blocked. 10. It's a decent chunk. I don't think it's 22, but it's a decent chunk.
I like that you stopped the math halfway through. Be like, you know what? It's close enough.
I'm gonna stop counting.
Yeah,
here.
good
That's
call.
okay.
Man, this Regavan has soaked up like 50 damage over the last couple turns.
It's funny though because it looks so good on defense here, but I think that again looking back to that turn, going wide might have not been necessary at all. Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see. So.
And it looks like the 3 eyes are coming in as you still have Quaddle, you still have Endurance back. Any of those could be Ice Fang Quaddles as well. Plenty of things can be underneath those manifests.
All right. Yeah. And Bellamy, now with no more defense, you might pull a flare or something off of a draw from these birthing rituals, but
yeah,
need to be aware that there are a lot of time bombs in Mullins' deck. You were saying a Johnny, Bombardment, Flage. That's a pretty wide spread of cards that end the game.
Yes. I really thought Mullins was going to win with this Johnny, to be honest. And both of them did a graveyard check here. That would be the card that's not on my bingo card to win this. But, as I say that, the manifest is not an option. So, that's why these eyes are coming in. Bellamy's like, you know what? Let's get rid of one of those. That, when you're drawing essentially 6 cards a turn, you know what? I'm now thinking, I don't think Bellamy missed last turn. I think he chose not to put things into play because decking is a possibility here.
God. Yeah, I don't think there's a clean way for us to get a library count here, so.
We'll stop the action.
Yeah.
Can we get a count, Bellamy?
Everybody stop what you're doing. Let's get a count.
Yeah.
All right, so gonna send in, picking the right manifest here.
Coming from someone who's had to do this at a feature match table multiple times from my GP where I had a bunch of manifests, it's annoying. I will tell you, it's just as annoying to watch as it is to do it in person.
Yeah, I like this though because this is, my math is a little short before, but if you prorate it out over 2 turns, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
So you say, all right, Mullins, you get 1 turn.
Yeah, and so the other thing that you can do to prevent decking is double endurance, but I'm seeing one in the graveyard and I'm seeing the other one in play. There is a third one in the sideboard if it got brought in, but it doesn't seem good in the matchup, but you never know.
I guess it seems fine, honestly.
It's not terrible, so I could see it. But
blocks Guided Souls jump flyers and random Ragavans, so.
It's probably better than Fibblethip the Lost here in this matchup, or Force a Negation,
You take that back.
All right, it's nowhere near as good as Fibblethip the Lost or Force a Negation in this matchup.
Whatever, but
well, you take that back.
Little Fibblethip, he's trying his best. Just because he ain't a hero doesn't mean he's not,
Whenever you hit Birthing Ritual, Fibblethip off Birthing Ritual, that is main character energy for sure. When you just cast it, yeah, maybe not, but.
All right, so it looks like our attacks are locked in here. So we've got Manifest number 5 and Manifest number 6 are staying home. The Endurance is staying home.
Yeah.
We have 3 Oculi, and we've got 3 Manifests coming in.
Ooh, this is leading me to believe that Bellamy might get decked, because if you want to keep those eyes alive, you want 6 cards to be taken off the deck here. And wow, would that be a hilarious way to win.
All right.
The Endurance will completely brick that strategy, so Mullins can't play around that, but
Yeah, and if there is an endurance, you will find it off of these rituals.
You will.
To the point now where, I mean, Bellamy's probably seen his entire deck almost like twice over. at this point.
100%.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
no way Bellamy has more than 14 cards in the library, and that's the last 2 that he put on the bottom. So
right. So if there is an endurance in the deck, it will be in play at the end of turn. So I would suppose that this act makes it look like that is not an option. So
yeah.
Bellamy trying to get in and get this game over with.
And looks like just a very conservative block on one of the manifests that you think it could be. Hope it's not Ice Fang. and be on with your day.
Door number 1 or door number 2
Yes.
or door number 4. All right.
And now we're getting to the point where if this game doesn't end in favor of Bellamy, I don't know if they can play a third game.
Yeah, now not as bad, you know, in round 9. For undefeated players being 8-0-1,
True.
you know, they've already made day 2. 8-0-1's a phenomenal record. They're both undefeated. You know, they both get what they want.
Yes, yes. And I don't think any huge fault to either player. This has just been grindy, you know?
Yep.
That's not an endurance.
Yep.
All right, I think that's 2 cards left. So, okay,
7.
it's top 7, so it's 9 cards.
Okay.
So Bellamy is going to draw the 9th card. Okay, no endurance unless endurance is the last card in hand from Bellamy. What's going to happen is, okay, we're going to put 6 down.
Yep.
We're going to lose 6 cards essentially, and then we're going to draw the 7th. So there'll be 2 cards left in library. That means Bellamy will have to win the game on his next turn. Otherwise, he will deck to the next draw step.
So I was surprised to see that Manifest 3, 5, and 6 stayed home, right? This is enough blockers to feel reasonably safe. The top decks are mostly damage-based, you know, like Flage or Bombardment. And I guess Mullins is at 3, so sure. But I mean, more attacks could have forced an Oculus block, right?
Possibly. Or just chump blocks
Right,
from a Johnny guide.
Or guide, and then, you know,
Yeah.
removing a Johnny removes a top deck of Johnny's and out. Removing guide means that, you know, less life you be gained. Probably not enough life gain anyway.
Yeah. I mean, either way, no matter how you slice it, Bellamy has well and truly over lethal for next turn.
Yeah.
So I don't see any way that Mullins is winning without top decking one of those key cards, the Johnny, the Flage, and like, it's not even a point in looking over. You have to do it. You have to jam and just hope for the best.
Yep. All right, so here
Like,
we go.
there's 2 blockers from Endurance and Quaddle, so Ragavan's not getting through.
All right, Mullins is looking over all of Bellamy's cards.
Yeah.
Cards in exile, cards in the graveyard, piecing it together. We have a game of almost perfect information, right? Where, you know, there are, what do we say, there's three cards in Bellamy's deck, correct?
It looks like, I think based on our math, there's 3, yes.
So Bellamy knows what's in the deck almost exactly.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Mullins does not, because all these manifests really throw a wrench in that math. You know, any one of those could be any interactive spell. So
yeah, I think it doesn't matter if Mullins has something that could win the game. You just got to do it, right?
yeah, I agree. So
Okay.
Galban.
Now, if you can clear Endurance, Ragavan wins unless there's a Quaddle underneath. Maybe that's the check. Is Mullins has the way to deal with the 2 flyers?
the discharge adds the extra energy.
Sure.
Killing the coddle.
Oh.
Going to 3. And now we're going to see a jump on the Guide of Souls.
Quaddle.
Is any one of these a thing that can block flyers? If you can block a flyer, I need you to say so right now. And there are the blocks. There's the game. An unbelievable game and match from Ryan Bellamy, who is now 9-0. We sold y'all at the river here. We said, oh, bad matchup. Boris crushes Simic. There's no way, you know. And Ryan Bellamy put on an absolute clinic in this match. Those games were incredible. Down to the last 3 cards. Oh, wow. Woo.
I can't believe Bellamy won that game when we were looking at that spot where he just, you know, Mullins just curved out perfectly. Basically from the point that Mullins was attacking, putting the Guide of Soul counters on something. That's definitely going to be something Mullins is going to look back on.
Yep.
And, you know, that would be a great moment to make a video about, talk about your reasonings, why you did such a thing. I don't know if there was a better line that could have been done there, but the particular giant Ragavan line did not work out. Thanks to a couple timely top decks. You know, I'm being able to have Endurance and Oculus down as that double block, and then finding the Cinca de Stupor right when you need it for the cat. Some things had to go right, but also Bellamy had to play that masterfully. I feel a lot better that I'm 0-3 against him after just watching him work people all day, you know?
Yeah, that was super impressive. And the thing is, this deck it looks so funny on paper, just coiling oracles and shardless agents, but seeing it in action does a really good job. It sees so many cards.
Yeah.
You really can put together a lot of great interaction. Really, really awesome stuff. A very, very worthy 9-0. Ryan Bellamy, great stuff. Again, Ryan Mullins in great shape. 8-1.
Yeah.
Still a great day. Get some dinner. Come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's great stuff. Woo, what a match to end the day.
What a weekend. You know, I mean, what a start to this tournament. We still have the best day tomorrow where we're going to lock up 32 Pro Tour slots. We're going to lock up those 2 World Championship slots and give away a ton of money. But what a good first day to set the stage.
Fantastic stuff. So we will be back here tomorrow with all of our Day 2 action. We're sending 32 players to the Pro Tour. We got tons of money to give away, and we got 2 World Championship slots. 2 Magic players will achieve their highest dream. There is no greater honor in Magic than playing in the World Championship. Fantastic stuff. So, any parting words?
No, I guess my main parting words is Modern is looking just as good as it was in Houston. The metagame has shifted a little bit, and maybe Jeskai is not doing as good, but we will have all the data for you tomorrow. Nick Miller will be working tirelessly overnight to really tell us what decks are performing and what decks are underperforming. So, Modern's great. Water's wet. That's all I got.
The man don't sleep.
He doesn't,
Miller
yeah.
seriously deserves more props than he gets for running everything in the background. Big props to Nick and the whole team.
Yeah.
And, of course, Monty and Paul as well.
Yeah.
And we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early for Day 2 of SGCon Vegas, the regional championship, last one of the year. We'll see you then.